Sorry, I could be doing my hair. It's good to have the undershave back. I think that no one tells you is when you start going grey, the grey hairs are thinner and they curl first. So I had this kind of like, I don't know, grey sheen going on. I'm not against it. I came to terms with going grey a long time ago, but it's weird when you see yourself on camera. Kakazi, Eagle Beans, that's a first. And actually, you know what? We'll get into it once everybody's in. But we were talking about you. We watched the Exit 8 movie over the weekend. So yeah, got to reference Eagle Beans. Also, there are a lot of like evolutions on the Anomaly game theme, like coming down the pipeline. So, you know, you might be one of the more active agents in the agency. Oh, don't. Shenanigans. But the first goes to Midnight Sky Aegis. So there we go. Catastros, Watto, and welcome. Come on in. Let me update the boards. Yeah, finally got it. And I gotta say, we're at the halfway mark of this month, and it is wide open. Dustin's technically in the lead, but only by 2. Everybody else is at 1. Sorry, my darling. They know. They know. They can't find me, but they know. And Dustin, Watto, and welcome. Thrame, PVS. Squats have been demanded. Gonna have a little bit. Sip my coffee a little bit first. Anyway, Watto and welcome, friends. Let's let Discord know we're live. Then you can have your squats. I've even pre-cooked my social media postings for the day. Yeah. Life. Oh, God. Woosa. Sorry about that. Okay. And with that, Discord has been informed. Well, and Dustin, we'll get into it. I'm not going to turn around and say that the current games news is good in some weird way. No, it's bad. It's the exact opposite of what was supposed to happen. However, yeah. You know what I said? Wait till everybody's in, and then we'll get into it. It's just the surrealness of it all, right? Like, right now, Steam Next Fest is going, and the sheer amount of titles is overwhelming. And okay, the first 2 days of Steam Next Fest is a free-for-all, right? Before we work out what games have risen and what games have sunk. And it does seem that this Next Fest, far more than previous ones, is just a fucking fire hose of AI slop. But come tomorrow, that will all change. And the sheer amount of bangers that we are about to see. Like, okay, before I start getting into it proper. So we are doing 2 days on Steam Next Fest, which I know in the past we haven't done that much, but we need to. This little list up here is the quote-unquote homies. We've got 6 demos to get to today. 2 I've already played, and 4 I have not, and I'm very excited to jump into. And not in a, we're excited to announce, like there is actual excitement. I'm having to contain my energy. Well, so PVS, I need to find, like, the Slopfest is no different than the asset flips and the copies that used to frequent, or maybe still do, like the App Store. They are designed to be pumped out very quickly to try and make some money, or to install a fucking Bitcoin miner on your PC. Like, but we'll get to that. I just, for as much as there are things to be sad about, there are things to be angry about, there are also things to be excited about and to celebrate. That's what makes this whole Next Fest so fucking weird already. Like, we are, like, the emotion pendulum swings so violently. You know, we've got betrayal, we've got celebration, we've got, you know, villains and heroes. Like, I miss when the games industry was more boring news boringly and less, I don't know, shit's Greek pantheon right now. So, yes, Bass Reeves is in Truckcoon, and Truckcoon, I didn't write the whole bloody thing, because I can't remember how to spell words. But yes, we are going to be doing Truckcoon is supporting me in another world. But, and that's the thing, like, Zalavir's arc. Like, sure, Truckcoon is very funny, and he was lamenting over the weekend that he's now most famous individually as someone on the Noodle video about Bass Reeves Can't Die, their failed Oblivion persuasion wheel game. But Zalavir has headed Strange Scaffold. Strange Scaffold have multiple massive successful games. El Paso Elsewhere is potentially being adapted into a fucking movie, which will be awesome. The sequel to El Paso Elsewhere is coming. Zalavir is voicing, I believe, the main protagonist, or one of the main characters in the upcoming Hellraiser game, right? Like, I'm not saying it's easy, but like, we talked so long and so frequently throughout the 2010s about how the old ways were unsustainable. And now the bill has come due, but that doesn't mean games are done. Yeah. Never forget, Zalavir made a baby as a bit.
Friend is putting together a demo for a game about a smith forging swords. It's a good story and makes some good points.
Eraman, thank you. That is, as you well know, $10 to keeping this alive. One of the poor bits in the pint glass just broke albeit. And that is both very witty and I play that. And very doubtful. Watto and welcome. I haven't even started squatting yet. Okay. No! J-Post. That's really fucking cool of you. Thank you. Yes, and Verdant, and exactly like you would expect, they are extremely sharp like Lego pieces. So, there's loads to talk about, and there's loads I would love to share with you all. Today is going to be about supporting the homies. This isn't a full-on, like, welcome to the Longship Showcase, but, you know, I bring to you 6 games that are worth your time being made by people that I know. Tomorrow, we're going to do the buffet of gems. Tomorrow is going to be the stuff that maybe you know, maybe you don't, but is definitely going to be interesting and surprising. Which is weird because, like, none of these games are boring. So, just to take you through what we've got before I begin the squatathon. At the top, we have Torment Hexus being made by our own Too Much Disambiguation. The Torment Hexus is a match 3 cyberpunk game where you murder squillionaire CEOs using cool hacking cyber powers. Then we've got Entropy. Now, full disclosure, the folks over at DreadX sponsored me, paid me. Money was given to me to make a video so they could show off Entropy during Next Fest. I'm not being sponsored to play their game today, but it's fucking good and you need to see why. I will be putting the YouTube video live later today of the video that I made for them. But you just need to know we're playing as thespians. The game starts with a quasi-Shakespearean performance. I'm not saying that when I made that video I got too loud, but for those of you who are old-timey Longshipians, remember when I did the Worm Knight from Pyre? The one time Kev's family complained I was too loud. And rightly so. Yeah, we hit that kind of level. As for what the game is, I just gotta show you. It's somewhere between, like, Final Fantasy VIII and Mordheim City of the Damned, but also not. It's... yeah. Kakazi, I have them all downloaded already, yes. And thank you for checking. Dustin, those terms are not mutually exclusive. The queer community and the Shakespearean fandom is one fat circle. But then, next up we have, supporting Truck-kun in another universe, or whatever the bloody hell it's called. Strange Scaffold's latest title, which is going to be fitting a crazy taxi-shaped hole in my heart. It also reminds me a little bit of the Gundam puzzle game that apparently no one else in the world played, which was somewhere between Puzzle Fighter and Columns, except for you made Gundams and you would send them at your opponent across the top and they would fight. It's fucking cool. Then we have Brigador Killers. Now, you'll have seen the Brigador Killers demo before, so we're going to spend like maybe an hour or so on it. There's a lot of improvements and a lot of changes. I might show you all the tutorial missions because you get to play with some gloriously fucked up machines. One of them is basically like a sentient wrecking ball with machine guns. Oh yeah, no, Catastros, it was a SNES game. It never got an English language release. And yeah, you can choose between sending your Gundams to attack or keeping them in reserve as a defense. But the amount of time it takes them to fly from your base to the enemy base, you got to counter for that. So you can't suddenly start spamming units because they might already have 4 flying towards you. It's fucking cool. Then we have Janet Monet is a slumlord and a witch, which is made by the homies that did Queer Man Peering into a Rockpool.jpg, which is a witch cleaning game. You've just moved into an apartment and it is nasty, so you got to clean it up. But you have to deal with things like sentient witch black mold. And then last but by no means least, Penguin Colony. Penguin Colony is made by the same folks who did Umurangi Generation. It is a Lovecraftian... It is inspired by the Mountains of Madness, and it is a Lovecraft mythos game where you predominantly play as a penguin. Well, my hope, PVS, is that I can lead these penguins in the Penguin Colony to safety, and therefore redeem myself, finally. Vernon, I did learn Japanese and buy a Japanese SNES and a Japanese copy of that to make it work. Totally. And so that's what I currently have on the list. I'm sure there's some games from the homies that I am forgetting. But that's a lot to get to. And then again, tomorrow we're doing our buffet of gems. Also, by tomorrow, the the Steam Next Fest list should have solidified. Okay, before Dustin gets the squats, what else to say? I guess just some quick housekeeping before we get into game news and stuff. Aside from the Spry Fox drama, one of the things we're not going to be doing is giving oxygen to terrible people. I had to bury the anger yesterday, which was not easy, which I encountered the most terrible and offensive game. And there was a part of me that wanted to share it with you all, wanted to shit on it, wanted to dunk it. But I remembered what happened with, what was it, War of Ancestors, with old, like, transforming gun hand Washington, that by being offended by it and pointing out how shit it is and terrible, that I may accidentally breathe life into something that just needs to fucking die. Like, to show you and to have other people be as upset by it as I was would be to be giving them exactly what they want. And it was hard. I was so mad. Clean the kitchen. I clean the kitchen good. But that's one thing that, alongside ignoring any AI slop that crosses your feed on Steam, that's one thing that I really want to make sure that we're doing together, right? Like, because a lot of these games, I don't even call them games, the slop generations, they have two methodologies, right? Infuriate you, so you talk about it, and then people talk about how terrible it is, and then it gets coverage. Or just rapid fire pump out things that look like other stuff, you know, the mimics, essentially. Although after hanging with Toothy, that feels like a mean comparison. And Kakazi, I don't want to put everybody on, like, high alert. There are a lot of games in Steam Next Fest that are using AI that aren't disclosing it. Some of it's obvious, and unfortunately some of it's not. And that's what we've got to talk about in a second before we get into the crux of it all. But first, Dustin. And yeah, PBS, it's hard, right? Like, because, you know, if you stand for anything, you stand for something. And when you encounter something that, oh, that was crunchy. Yeah. Also, Verdant, what's interesting, right? Like, people have been talking about how, like, the Steam Next Fest has got so much AI slop in it. Like, this is the same stuff that is being pumped out on the Nintendo shop and on the PlayStation store. They had to clean house on the PlayStation store, and to my knowledge, the Nintendo store is still bad. Hell, people were putting out clones and rip-offs of Nintendo products on Nintendo hardware. Like, what the fuck? The Nintendo seal of, the Nintendo seal of quality don't mean shit. Okay. No. Okay, it got 15, 20. Are you beeping for sound or beeping at me? Okay. Oh yeah, and friends, if you hear any rampant banging, they're cleaning the windows. Maybe it's just one poor guy being lowered down on a bungee cord, just slamming into the walls. Okay. Anyway, alright, so I owe you all 20 squats. Okay. What? Oh, no, that hurt. I did!
Stretch, actual stretch?
Yeah, the proper stretch is great. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Tracy. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay. Fuck off. I'm not giving any credence to that. I cook so much. If anyone's chained to the stove.
You wanna be there.
Though we did have hot dog night, and it was good. Okay. So let's get the drama out the way before we get to the real bullshit. So Spry Fox, creators of Cozy Cove, are in shit at the moment. It hasn't broken containment yet. It's fucking gonna. So oh, hang on. So
Reactor online.
hey,
Weapons online.
Saren,
All
you
systems
fetty
go.
ledge. 30 months, damn. Feels like we just started hanging out. Sauron, heckin' thank you. How you doing? Life. Okay. Oh, Cozy Grove. Alright. Okay, so we'll do the drama first, then we'll get into the big news. So some of you might have seen Spirit Crossing at Summer Games Fest. Let me bring it up for you all. It's by Spry Fox. It is the pitch was a cozy little MMO. You'll notice I have it on ignored now. Despite having no AI disclosure and being in showcases that specifically said no AI, it turns out Spirit Crossing has been vibe coding itself in, and this has gone down like a shit in a swimming pool. The reason they got rumbled is they left the Claude or Cloud or whatever it's fucking called. They left those files in the demo version that shipped for Steam Next Fest. Now, currently it's a lot of drama on Discord, and what will happen of this, we don't know. Because, like, Steam asks you to disclose your AI stuff, and it doesn't have a clear guideline on what you have to say. A lot of the people using AI for nefarious means have loads of ways of, like, wording it, like, oh, we didn't use it. No. Of course, chat bubble's bloody broken. How would I expect any of this stuff to work? Okay, it should work. But yeah, so Steam has no standardized form for how it puts stuff together. And we don't yet know if Steam is going to be enforcing people saying whether or not they have used generative AI in their stuff. Much like a lot of other things, it's not Steam being kind. The reason they put it in is because of the legal precedent that hasn't been set around generative AI. Right? The disclosure is to protect Steam down the road, so that when it turns out that no, you don't own the images and sounds that you generate, Steam can be like, well, they fucked up. And Hoffers, Watto, and welcome. There is also the fact that a lot of bullshit AI nonsense uses, pay-as-you-go systems, so that essentially it would be another means of users having to pay for shit, essentially. You know, and it's in Steam's best interests to make sure that users are aware if they're gonna, you know, download a game that's suddenly gonna cost them shitloads of money. Hey!
What ho, you lovely people. Hope everyone is having a good day. Viking64 hug.
You know what, Scotty? We're making it work. We're making it work. And your package from the P.O. box is right over here. So we can crack that open whenever. And I did notice it said stuff for me and Jess. So, yeah. I just wanted to wait until you were here. But yeah. The thing that really hurts is that, like, Spry Fox, I've met him at varying events, and I don't wish him any ill, but, like, don't bullshit a bullshitter, you know? We've seen this with quite a few studios, and then once it's done, it brings everything else into question. Like, you know, the studio behind Frostpunk, they did the Altars, which used a shitload of generative stuff, which they didn't and haven't disclosed. We still don't know if it's even been taken out. Right? You know, the cozy movement very much thrives on this idea of, like, games that are third places, games that are friends, and especially games that are very queer friendly. You know, there's nothing cozy about sucking up to the planet-killing, you know, plagiarism machine. So yeah. At this point, we have confirmation from Spry Fox that Spirit Crossing is using generative AI. We don't know to what extent, because they haven't been honest about it. All I can say is, until they clarify, put it on ignore, let other people know. Right, I don't know, like, I don't want to see friendos fail, but also don't bullshit a bullshitter. Alright, PVS, to be continued. To be continued. So that's the drama. Yeah, see, it changes things, right? Like, so back in the day, Spry Fox sued another developer for copying their game Triple Town. Interestingly, they settled out of court, and Spry Fox absorbed that dev and project. And at the time, we were all like, yay, the little guy standing up to the copycats on the mobile store. And now it's like, right? Like, it recontextualizes it. And I don't think people understand. Okay, I don't think the folks who are fucking with AI stuff understand that. I think doesn't wash off, right? Because, like, the thing about NFTs is they are front and center. The thing about generative AI is it's insidious. You know, there was a meme doing the rounds of, like, you know, we only used diarrhea in the pre-production of making this cake. But is there diarrhea in this cake? Yeah, all the diarrhea has been replaced. So there was diarrhea in this food at some point. Like, Vanderbeest, Watto and welcome. You know, and I think that's kind of apt. You know, and I think the reason why people react so vehemently to it is the thing that makes us love video games, that emotional anchor. Like, anything that feels like it tricks that, anything that feels like it's fake and disingenuous. You can't fall in love with a game like Spirit Crossing because you don't know if the character that you're, you know, resonating with is something that, you know, was a created idea, or if it's just something that got shat out of a plagiarism machine. It brings it all into question. Anyway. Alright, as for the rest of the game news, fucking hell. Well, you know what, we'll do it in reverse order. So Don't Nod, the team behind Life is Strange, and, well, that other game that wasn't Mixtape, that supposedly did quite well, basically has until November to find funding or they're toast. But as they have been officially audited, which is bad, EA are finally going to cram advertising platforms into all of their major titles, something that they've been hinting and talking about for years. This is probably to fatten up the deal before they get purchased by the Saudi investment fund. And yes, that is essentially they're going to be fracking their main IPs before they sell them off. All right, let's get into the meat. Because, like, there is the, Blizzard is suing when people say Blizzard sues a private World of Warcraft server, like, I know you lot know, but it's just that thing of, like, no one remembers the etiquette. If you run something like a private World of Warcraft server, don't fucking tell people, and don't charge, don't make money off of it. Big whoopsie from Orbit. Oh, and before we get into the big one, we got some proverbial metrics on Summer Games Fest. And whilst Nintendo Direct was not technically part of Summer Games Fest, it was the most watched digital event of the block, with the main Summer Games Fest, Keighley Live, reaching almost the same peak. Not quite, but almost. Yeah, Blizzard saying whoopsie as they fire the orbital laser. Yeah, Avenger, I totally believe it. Totally believe it. Like, when it comes to emulation, when it comes to private servers, it can only exist in a, it can only exist in a situation where we all pretend like we don't know. As soon as people run around going, notice me, you've got to nuke them. Like, one thing that I have been noticing over the last couple of weeks is the number of YouTube videos where the people in question are very clearly running on emulated software. And I think people forget that, like, you're not supposed to be doing that. And so long as we don't acknowledge it, it's fine. However, like, in one of the videos I was watching, he openly talks about how, like, the differences between the emulated version and this version. And I'm just like, oh, that's PlayStation hardware, and the BIOSes aren't supposed to be... You're supposed to flash your own BIOS. You're not supposed to be doing that. And do you have the tech to flash your own BIOS? Because I don't think you fucking do! Because if you downloaded that BIOS online, that's fucking piracy, and they will kill you. Like, don't rely on evil corporations to be lazy as your protection method. Anyway. Yeah, like with all the Golden Knight remakes, don't tell people till it's done. Anyway. But yeah, so Summer Games Fest, the Nintendo Direct was the most watched thing out of anything. Now, obviously that doesn't really affect much. If you possibly have a game going out on Nintendo hardware and they offer you to be a Nintendo Direct, absolutely fucking do it without hesitation. Yeah, well, Kakazi, Corps always seem like they're lazy, but it's just this, they're dealing with something else, other bureaucracy. Just because they haven't nuked you from orbit doesn't mean they don't plan to. You're on the to-do list. The way to survive doing, being in the emulation space, working on, like, reverse engineering hardware for, servers and things like that, is to not be on anyone's to-do list. Okay. So the Xbox situation got a lot worse over the last couple of days, and there's no... I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not usually in the business of sugarcoating, and we're going to be spending the day looking at cool demos and things to get excited and happy about, right? But so we found out yesterday that Microsoft are potentially looking to get rid of the South and Midnight studio. People have already been laid off. Apparently there are talks as to whether or not the studio can buy itself out, or what options are available for them rather than just getting shot in the back of the head. And then after that, the stories started breaking thick and fast. It's looking like Microsoft are trashing a large number of their acquisition studios, including Ninja Theory and Double Fine. Apparently there are talks ongoing right now for these studios as to whether or not they can basically buy their freedom, or what options are available, but it's not gonna be good. Now, you'll remember a couple years back when we were talking about this exact phase of the industry we were going to be in. The wheel was turning, and that one of the quote-unquote sensible moves was to hunker down in a big operation, right? Like, get acquired by Microsoft. Microsoft acts essentially as like a storm shelter so that you can make games during a bad economic period, right? Yeah, just kidding. I mean, Hell Dwarf, they need to buy their freedom so they don't get shut down. Like, if Microsoft decides to shut these studios, they can just do that. These teams need to buy their freedom so they can continue to operate as they currently are. Now, so far as I understand it, it would be significantly more difficult for these teams to try and reform as a new operation after being obliterated by Microsoft. So it's not impossible, but it's not easy. And right now, raising the kind of capital that you would need off the jump is nigh on impossible. And maybe someone like Tim Schafer could pull it off, but again, like, he wouldn't be the first of like respected old guard who produce incredible games that have been unable to secure funding. You know, bloody Ron Gilbert couldn't get money to make a game. Ron bloody Gilbert. This is bad. It unfortunately is starting to coagulate into this theory I have. It was rumored last week that Xbox is considering making itself its own, still wholly owned, but a subsidiary of Microsoft. So it is no longer a faction inside of the organization. It would be its own like little country, still owned, but its own country. The only reason that they would do this is as a lifeboat from a much larger upcoming cull. I think that it's not a crazy theory because the AI bill is coming due, right? Like with a lot of the other tech experiments over the last few years, none of them has been as expensive as AI, and none of them has been as ubiquitous. You know, like I made a little image for our Blue Sky post today. Copilot's in fucking Paint. Microsoft have gone hard, and that is not a return on investment. People don't use it because it gives them wrong information. You know, the only times that people use it is when they are forced to, and given the option would not. You know, no one likes being made the fool. And you can't even say just Google it anymore because the Google autofill info is wrong. Anyway, the bill is come due, or is coming due, and I have a theory that the Xbox division of Microsoft is going to become a lifeboat. They're going to clean house, they're going to make the Xbox division profitable, and they're going to get as many friends and executives out of the rest of the organization into Xbox as a sell. I've seen this maneuver happen in corporate environments before, and it's not It's not. It's not I saw it happen in Sega quite a few times. Like whenever there was whenever there's going to be a downscale, whatever the stable projects would essentially be used for a lot of the seniors and the people who were high enough up the ladder to know it was coming, but not high enough up the ladder to stop it. You know what I mean? So like projects like Football Manager and Total War and stuff like that, yearly franchises within Sega would essentially become the lifeboats while the rest of us got chucked to the fucking curb. You know? Yeah, I mean, and Thrain, for those of us who are quite, you know, tech savvy, we can kind of cut through the bullshit and get a little bit of info, but, like, as someone who is, you know, exploring more adventurous styles of cooking and things like that, it's fucking impossible to find it useful info. It took 2 of us and a lot of research to find out which was the right kind of, you know, cooking wine the other day. But that's another story. This Microsoft cull is devastating, and the worst part of it is that all of these studios would be in better financial situations had they not taken the Microsoft deal. And the Microsoft deal was supposed to give them cover, safety. It's not that Microsoft doesn't have the money to support these guys, it's that they fucked up so hard that the process of unfucking everything is going to be a bloodbath. Yeah, Bear Toast. It's a cheerful banter. I mean, we have to talk about it. I don't wanna. But, look. We knew... we knew the old ways would keel over, and I think what's so sad is that, you know, the tech industry going so hard in on the Emperor's new clothes, we're the ones who are footing the bill. And I think that's what hurts. You know, the American games industry died this year, and it sucks. It sucks. It sucks to see, and anyone with a little bit of forethought, anyone with any kind of like historical acumen would be like, all right, well, right now, video games would be operating at something of a loss, but if we can maintain it, we can be the dominant super... Just kidding, everyone dies. You know? The Japanese games industry is going to be fucking laughing by the end of this because they're just doing what they've always done and will be more and more successful. It's just sad, you know. It also means that you can't hate generative AI enough. Just you literally can't hate it enough. The amount that it has cost specifically the games industry and the amount of people who will not be able to go back into video games because they won't be able to afford it. You know, we've lost so much, and we're about to hit a cacophony of celebrations of games, because games as a medium aren't dead, but the games industry that we knew is. You know, the big studios, the old legends, the huge franchises, they might limp along. Like, we'll still be getting Halos for a while, but I mean, who's left to make an ODST? We'll probably get another 2 Gears of War prequels, but, you know, that studio will get smaller and the expectation will get higher until the machine eats it too. We will still have brilliant games. our art medium is jumping on in leaps and bounds to the point where it's dizzying. Each week, I feel like the quality threshold jumps just a little bit higher. Hell, how many new fucking genres have we seen explode? But the time of the old big studios of the US is unfortunately dead. Like, there won't be a recovery from this. So, I think it's okay to mourn the old ways. It's okay to mourn the great big games that, you know, we grew up on and celebrated. I think that's healthy. But also, it's okay to celebrate the plethora of great stuff that we have coming down the pipe. You know? That's what the day's going to be. So, sorry to kick us off on a downer. Although, it's not like I fucking did it. You know, Miss Hatchet Lunatic Xbox. Ah, okay, and I do have some good news for you all. I do have some good news for you all. The EU will not be bringing to legislation any of the Stop Killing Games proposals. So thank fuck. We still have the California bill to worry about, but at least something. It still perturbs me that a movement that champions for, you know, preservation and saving of games would end up being a fucking death nail. So, that's at least something. So, we don't have to worry about even more legislation coming down the pipeline. And the UK social media bill will not be applied to video games, but might be applied to things like Roblox. Well, that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. One I've not had the chance to read up on proper. Okay. Right. That's it for the heavy shit. And Moose, I don't know if you know, like, I understand what you're saying. Like, the wildfire analogy, you know, the burning down of what was for the new growth of what's coming. But the weird thing was, like, the sphere in which we frequent, these games haven't really been affected by this, you know. The old games industry certainly was a big proponent of Steam, but the new industries, in all of their different styles, never came from it, right? Like, because we're not even talking about people who were working in the big industry and then left to make their own stuff. We're talking about weird kids who made a strange game and then suddenly it took off. You know, people who've been carving their own path. And other parts of the world that are now putting out huge success stories. Like, before we get into Steam Next Fest, I'm sure you're all aware of it. Excusez-moi, okay. I'm sure you're all aware of it because it just sold like 2 million units in a fucking week. Where are you? I know you're here, motherfucker. Here we go. This is Mecha Chameleon. This came out, last week. By their reckoning, it has sold 3 million copies. Now, it's $6, and it's arty prop hunt. You're all playing as these little, like, marshmallow dudes. You find a place to hide, and then, using paint tools, you paint yourself to look like the background. Prop Hunt Morph's Revenge, essentially. This has come out the Chinese games industry. I don't know enough about how this was produced or what it is to tell you if this is like, you know, an indie banger or like a big company pretending to be little. they built the Sentiment Nexus? Did they? No, they built Penguin Hotel and a penguin version of Exit 8. Oh, okay, C222, sorry, low-flying plane. Oh, and the Indomitable Death Burger. So, like, this isn't a game that's come out of nowhere. And obviously, like, Penguin Hotel is its own thing. Whereas Pegzit 8, Penguin Exit 8, and Link Penguins being just a penguin building game. Mecha Chameleon is their own jam. Oh, Burden, thank you for correcting me. I do apologize. But just as an example, like, this has sold 3 million copies. 3 million in a week. Like, you don't sell 3 million copies in a week in an unhealthy environment. You know? So Moose, it feels less like the wildfire and it feels more like, you know, the death of the megafauna, right? I got in my head about what to do for the schedule this week, which sometimes happens. I love streaming for you all, and I try and make sure that the games and streams I'm doing are the best they can be. This week we've got 2 days of Next Fest, followed by Blueprints, and then on Friday we're going to do How to Build an Atom Bomb, which is a comedy, crafting-y, incremental game where you build a nuke in your backyard. I want to be silly on Friday, alright? And then I was looking at a lot of things, and Jess suggested, like, hey, let's play Prop Hunt, good old Gary's mod. And I vetoed the idea, because the idea of getting Gary's mod going, and the amount of life and time it would take to get everybody together and working and what have you. Like, and then I started looking at, like, other Prop Hunt games that you could just play. And there really isn't. Like, loads of titles added a Prop Hunt mode, but none of them saw the value in making a full Prop Hunt game. And those few indie games that we did seem to just disappear. There was one which is a team of ghosts versus a team of ghost hunters. The ghosts have to hide Prop Hunt style until the timer hits midnight, and then the ghosts go on the aggress. That seemed awesome. Unfortunately, high price point. You know, and Hell Dwarf, the fact that it isn't $70. You know, and this is what we were talking about with the whole concept of the Battleship game development. Like, if your studio is 1,000 people, and the cost of making games is going up and up, because the cost of living is going up and up. Because again, when people talk about the cost of making games, they're not talking about raw materials from the earth, they're talking about humans. You know, the cost of paying a person a yearly salary that they deserve for the hard work that they do. That is the expensive part of making a game. That's why all the big companies were so desperate to get AI in. Like, anything to get rid of the humans that make the art. I know, fucking bullshit. Anyway. The methodology of selling people a $70 video game and then cramming it full of additional monetization models, that grinds on people, and it has been grinding on them for a while. God damn it. Verdant, stop being funnier than me! Yeah. And you know what's so fucking funny? Is that the big studios could have switched to cost-effective moves. You know, keeping the studios remote. You know, changing the pipeline, changing the size of the projects. But no. They had to keep doing the same thing loudly. And there's one thing, nature is unkind. Well, no, nature is unfeeling. Sorry, Jess and I played WolfQuest last night. The video is uploading. I will have that for you. Lot better than I thought it was going to be. Anyway. I don't know where we got the idea to play it last night. We're going through Next Fest. You can watch the video once it's live. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. Oh yes, these big studios had developed a way of making games that could only be sustained by making huger, bigger projects with more season passes and the ilk. You know, there is also the fact that for the games that are succeeding in the multiplayer models right now, the US is no longer the target audience. China's the target audience, you know? Aiming for other regions that have, like, ridiculous amounts of spending. You know, I love my shooty gun bang. Love is a strong word. Arena Breakout's kind of been my go-to on a lot of stuff, but the price of cosmetics, like, the price of cosmetics has, like, goes well above the $100 mark now. If you want to actually just straight up buy cosmetics in that game. I'm not even joking. But that's another story. And, you know, to our BYO Battleship friend, you are right. Like, for a lot of those studio heads to have switched to a more cost-effective business model, like smaller projects, smarter teams, would be them having to admit defeat, admit failure. And to 4 Elemental, yes. It is something that they have mastered as a region. And I don't want to say it in a negative, like, the US market could have done the same thing, but they didn't. Yeah, I mean, Thrain, the multiplayer market in China is massive, that much I do know, but the process of getting to release your game in China is a huge gamble, right? You have to have permission from the Chinese government to release your game. There are means like releasing a game on Steam that has, you know, Chinese language support that can then hit that market, but at what point you can get kiboshed, because the Chinese version of Steam is different than what we see. Now, how users in that region access these games is something that I need more knowledge on. Alright? I do know that, you know, while titles like Overwatch and stuff are very successful in China, they have a Chinese partner. I believe it's NetEase still. So, how much is actually coming back? Who knows? Hell, if you want a fascinating deep dive, research CS Counter-Strike Zombies, which was purchased by... Who purchased Counter-Strike Zombies? Nexon. Nope. Okay. Alright, I'll have to research that later. Counter-Strike Zombies was basically... Nexon bought a fork of OG Counter-Strike, added zombies and microtransactions and stuff in it, and it's been running for fucking donkey's years. Is it good? No. Has it made shitloads of money? Yes. And yeah, so Scotty, our BYO Battleship friend is correct that hyper-targeting of specific cosmetics is very tactically done. You know, if you ever wonder why certain cosmetics, why certain characters or weapons or what have you are what get all of the love, it's because those are the characters those are the characters and weapons being used by the people who spend the most. Yeah, no, 4 Elementals. Monetization research is all about metrics. Like, it does actually get pretty wild. I once had a fascinating conversation with Flourish Clink, I believe. It's Clink? Who worked as a community researcher. And their job used to be going into communities and finding that what was being underutilized. And, you know, That was a whole detail. Scotty, put a 0 on there, and then you're talking about like the current like price points. I'm not even joking. You know, one of the reasons why mobile titles were always so desperate to get released around, you know, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, that whole region, is that there are individuals for whom spending $100 is not even a question. You know, oh, $300 on a cosmetic, done. Like, that's not even their coffee money. And, you know, if you've got 5 or 6, I hate using the term, but whales, who are frequently spending thousands and thousands of dollars a day, and not because they are being exploited per se, but because for them, the level of wealth to which they work, that money doesn't even bear consequence. You know, the US market used to be one of the most affluent in terms of user spending. It's not. You know, that's just the truth of it. Now, we're going to be getting onto Steam Next Fest in just a second. I don't want to end this on a, you know, shit's fucked, we're doomed, you know, the Chinese market will kill us all, because we're not. It just, you can't do it how it used to be. You can't make a Mass Effect. You know, you can't do a trilogy with a huge studio. You can't just make the next Call of Duty. You know, you have to make games with sensible budgets. You know, you have to plan that your game does not end development when it releases, but about a year after. Damn it, 4 Elemental, I said don't say that. But also, I'm tempted to break out the whiteboard, but like, there's no longer one games industry, there are multiple. And what happens in one sphere doesn't affect the rest of us. Now, Grand Theft Auto will affect us directly, but the next big, you know, exploitative waifu gacha game that takes over, you know, the Chinese, South Korean, Japanese markets, that whole region, will not affect us. We predominantly operate on Steam. We predominantly operate in this, like, artists' super alley. You know what I mean? Weird sickos selling to other weird sickos. You know, kind of like the comics industry, we are modern image comics. We are, you know, the weird and the conceptual. You know, the number one purchasing groups of comics are comic artists. You know what I'm saying? That's where we kind of are. Now, obviously, it's not a perfect analogy, and we won't really know what our industry looks like until the end of the year. But we are seeing huge indie success stories even still. You know, and people have massive appetites for games. People can't just spaff $60 anymore. Do you know how much food $60 is right now? Well, 4 Elemental, the Hoyoverse can go fuck itself. They're going all in on AI, so I don't want to give them any props, but Genshin did two things very cleverly. It took a Nintendo property that was underserviced, and put it on everything before PC first. Put it on everything before Steam first, right? On environments that are far more forgiving. Like, it was on PlayStation, it was on mobile, and it was on PC, but through their client. Like, that was smart business. Fuck Genshin, but that was smart business. Yeah, Moose, I mean, I guess we are getting into the siblinghood of the traveling $20 bill. That's where the indie games that we love and frequent spend most of their time, and that's okay. Like, I want all of my homies to be financially stable. I want every one of my indie gaming friends to have enough money for healthcare, for food every week, and a nice roof over their head. Not fancy, but nice. Not a fucking, you know, dilapidated shithole. And if that future comes from all of us kind of supporting each other and passing around the same $20, then we pass around the same $20. Anyway, I've talked for an hour. It is time to get excited about video games. So, it is with honor, it is with privilege, and it is with a freshly shaved side cut, courtesy of Little Fire, and 5 squats from Avenger. Fuck you guys. That I present to you the first game in today's Longship Homies Showcase. We have ourselves a collection of really, really fucking cool games made by friends. Please, with any of the games today, please, 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 head onto Steam, give it a wish list, give it a play, and if possible, leave a review on the demo. These are free things that you can do that will drastically help our friends. And I know I know you're all sick to the back teeth of someone being like, please like and subscribe, please wishlist on Steam. But it really does affect. Because the way that Steam Next Fest works is that yesterday and today, everybody gets to play all the demos they want. I mean, they get to play all the demos they want all week. But for Monday and Tuesday, Steam Next Fest is a fire hose. It is a fire hose of every demo. You can go through the discovery queue, you can go through scrolling through. Hang on. It is also worth noting that on the discovery queue here, there is no AI disclosure. So you do have to then go to the page. So Doodle Dice Monsters is clear. So if Doodle Dice Monsters intrigues you, you know, give it a wish list. Scroll through. Actually, Wreck Runners does look kind of cool. But yeah, there will be nothing here to tell you if a particular title is using generative AI. They don't have to say anything. And they absolutely won't. If you do go through here, you know, just pick a title, have a look. Every game that is played, every game that is wishlisted, every game that has a review from tomorrow will be pushed up to the top so more people will get to see it. Now, I'm not saying that you have to pretend to like games. Ooh, Wizard 95. Please don't be slop. Ooh, bet. I'm not saying that you have to pretend to like these titles, but, you know, you can use this to help out. And it will do a lot of good. So that's it. Friends, I'd like to start today's adventures with the Torment Hexus, because our very own BYO Battleship friendo is here. And then we're going to do... Maybe we'll do Entropy after Torment Hexus. Then we'll do Truck-kun, and then either Janet Nemei or Brigador Killers. And we'll probably finish up the day on Penguin Colony. But I don't know, like, it's just that all the conversations we had this morning make everything feel so impersonal, right? But this isn't impersonal. This is a real game that is being made by one of our friends. It's going to be fucking cool, you know? It's a match 3 CEO murdering game. Like, let's fucking go. Like, God, while going through Steam Next Fest, I've seen some games that have infuriated me, and one of them was, and I shit you not, a cozy cyberpunk game. Now, I don't think I need to tell you all that cyberpunk, coming from the mantra of high-tech, low-life, is a theoretical dystopian future where everything is bad. Now, I understand that cozy can be argued as a philosophical standpoint, and that really anything can be cozy, is how it feels to you. No. No. Okay. Here we go. This is the Torment Hexus demo. Okay. Torment Hexus demo is in your library. Yeah. It is difficult to get to some of the demo pages, but yeah. So yeah, friends, without further ado, let us begin. I did say I would update the Blue Sky thread as we went through the day. Make sure I'm spelling it right. Okay. I've got a little thread on Blue Sky if you want to keep track of all the game names. Okay. Now, let's begin. Friends, bear with me just a second. Hello, hello. Okay. So without further ado, friends, let us begin on the Torment Hexus.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
You absolute legend, thank you. That's very cool of you, thank you. You managed to hit Drunk Vulture, Pseudo Streams to Beard, a Commander Squeaks, and Haitar. Haitiar. Thank you. Okay. I'm just waiting for the ticker bar to scroll on round because that looked very good. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to real persons living on it is coincidental. Any feelings you may be struggling with about the topics portrayed here are a matter for you and your therapist. Let's begin. Ooh. Showing off with the transitions already. Alright, this is you. Click here to continue. These are in your way. Selecting this tile, you prepare the move. Okay, click on the tile. Okay. Let's get matching. Ah, okay. We've got the Puzzles and Dragons method. Okay. Alright, so we've moved out the way and we've set the forklift on fire. This isn't quite an emergency, but it'll do. Time to hit the panic button. Panic button is a special spell that costs health. Okay. Burn. Yeah, no, it's right. The pixel art in this is already gorgeous. You creep down the spine of an industrial bulk container. Mantle its edge and drop into the midst of a security patrol. Better to hit them now than let them hunt you. Set the tempo. Okay. So we've got Ignite, Wind Slash, Firehouse, Razor Wire, Chameleon Bolt. Okay. I'm trying to pull some clever shenanigans here. Yeah, back of the net. Ah, okay, so there's no puzzle cascade. And each turn matching that is one movement of them, okay. Ha! Robot v Razor Wire. Monkeys on fire. And just a regular zombie. Okay, so I've already... Okay. I don't mean to alarm you, friends, but I think these zombies are surprisingly resilient to razor wire. You have to burn them. Yeah, Aeon, check out this cool game for cool kids. Congratulations, you win. Select a reward. A scrap phone or a red LED. Red LEDs. Okay. So this is our path through the facility. We'll go for a little bit of a conversation. Drifting through one of the stacks, you spot one of the quantum psychohomometrics. Psychometrics. AAIs, a chimpanzee in an incongruously cute uniform, corralled into warehouse work by neural probes that deliver a harsh electric shock whenever it fails to act like a productive employee. They normally rove in packs, sporadically working, and more frequently, making the paid workers uneasy. But this one is alone, letting out a low whimper and pacing in circles. As you watch, it sits down flat on the dusty ground, silhouetted in low light. It begins to groom itself anxiously, its long fingers tug at the trouser cuffs. Okay, we're going to try and deactivate its shock implants and get ourselves one of those friends. You draw the line at baby talk, but you make some gentle sounds. The AAI hoots mournfully, crouching in a spot. For a second, you think it's going to approach you, and then it curves its lips in a defiant shriek and clambers up the wall. Oh well. Looks like it preferred to just be alone. Alright. The deep churn of machinery succeeds into a shout. Here they are! It's the saboteur! Oh, gonna have to fight them. Shame. Okay. This is already slightly trickier. We got this. We get fire off the bat. Okay. As far as I can take it. Sorry,
We like to remind people that if you feed your DG well after midnight, do not expect to get sleep, as he will spend the next 8 hours talking about indie games.
Well, firstly, Kari, if I wasn't allowed to eat after midnight, I would not eat very often. Thank you for the 200. How you doing, friend? I didn't play a lot of Puzzles and Dragons when I was couch surfing and staying with Ket. I got it on my phone and had a feck about with it, and it is interesting. It's different from the usual match 3 in that you don't just swap 2 pieces, you can move a gem around, which means if you're clever with it, you can create these like brilliant cascades. Just gotta know how to do it. There we go. God. Might be in trouble here though. Oh, is this the end? Is this the end of our hacking journey? Oh yeah, and see, one of the hard things is that you can encounter stuff, especially in like the... Ooh. Okay, it was only a little bit of damage. Okay, how do I reset the board though? Sorry, Puzzles and Dragons was fascinating, and I often feel sad that there was quite a lot of great ideas that came from, you know, the Mobage era. Yeah. Ooh. Select a reward. We can either have the Desk Fan or Shockwave and Pride Pin. First damage you take is reduced to 0. Feck yeah. Fuck yeah! Sorry, yeah. Not just a Pride Pin, but a powerful one at that. Ooh, okay. Vehicle bay is alive with noise. Far below, a massive crane is loading a gigantic steel and superalloy turbine onto a flatbed truck. Guards with guns swarm around the truck's wheels. Some stand at the bed, waving to signal the crane sensors. Open the containers of industrial tools already loaded into the truck, but the turbine is the crown jewel. Okay. Earth specialization. Twist the industrial tools into metallic spikes, then ambush the guards. Or air specialization. Activate the turbine. Yeah, we're going to turn on the turbine. Crane parkour. The turbine engine is the size of a small house. You paint an ushering rune vectors calling forth its insipid power, and slowly, surely, the blades begin to spin. A static charge ladders down your braid, surrounding your jacket. The air stirs. The turbine roars. The security detail are pinned down by the turbine's exhaust, staggering across the flat of the truck's bed. You fall among them like a seed in a storm, and lightning crackles up one arm. Let's start a fight. Okay. There we go. Ah, okay, so the way we move is how we... bring it all forward. Boosh. I am the Hackmaster. Alright, so select new reward. The Panopticon badge. Yeah, I totally said that right. Cloaked enemies are auto-revealed. Gain water. Gain water after each kill. Makes you feel flexible, but man, where's the rest room? No, let's see about keeping a hawk eye on would-be invisible enemies. Okay. Oh, one of the creatures has silenced my superpowers. Shenanigans. Well, I hope shit's like razor wire. Can't move anywhere. Oh, okay, so the board refills depending on which direction I move in. But I've now kind of gone a bit... Oh, okay, and the unit pushed me back, pushing me over here. I have much to learn the ways of the Torment Exodus. This is not looking good for our hero, though. Also, this soundtrack has no right going this hard, and yet... So, Emunator is the composer, and he does amazing work. Fuck yeah. I do want to crank this. Okay. It takes a It takes a sec to get the rhythm of this, right? Like, the board refills depending on the direction you move. So you get kind of like one movement per turn and one attack per turn. So you can set yourself up for success with like a cascade depending on the way you're moving. The Broken Prison. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade Razor Wire. Fuck yeah. It's one of those games where you have to experience it to get the rhythm of it, get the understanding of it, and once you do, I'm doing cybercrime. Cybercrime with magic. I also like the fact that we live in a post Shadowrun world where you can just have cool runes and shit in a cyberpunk game, and people are like, yeah, that makes sense. You don't have to spend 20 hours explaining it to us. But then again, if you know me, you know I'm a big proponent of, let me experience it. You broke my nonsense, so I hope you enjoyed being on fire. No, 4 elemental fires behind me. I said, I am on fire. I'm like, no, fire's over there. Well, no, and this is the thing. So, more so than any other time, friends. Like, if you see any games in today's lineup that you like the look of, tell people. Like, you've never had more power to affect games than you have right now. A Scrambler Mask. Roborazzi drones can't see you. Wakazashi. Incoming damage is reduced to 0 once per fight. Fuck yeah. Very cool, samurai. You pound through the alleyways of bodies and boxes and finally corralled into the shadow of a shipping container. Your fingers fly to your wrist computer. Security closes in. Okay. I can't help but notice that those... Oh, did I find a way to cheat? I just thought I was being awesome. It's not my fault that I am awesome and cool with no downside.
No downside?
No downside. Oh. Okay. A gun barks and you tense up, but it's not aimed at you. You wheel to see a woman in a red tracksuit sprinting flat out. Her edges are blurry and you recognize the telltale ripples of an active camouflage system, bending the light around her. She leaps, the halo of bent light around her distorting space, and lands on the cab of an automated forklift as it rolls past a vast shipping container. She turns and, just for a second, looks at you. Then she taps 2 fingers to the brim of her baseball cap in a salute. The active camo hazes her, blotting her like paint, and she vanishes against the powder-coated red of the shipping container. Gunfire peppers with divots. The drones whir and beep, their searchlights panning left to right. No intruders to be found. Better keep moving. Okay. Alright. The woman in red tracksuit drops from the ceiling, a shape morphing out of lambent red hazards. Up close, she's maybe in her 30s, dark eyes and black hair and a scar running from her jaw to her cheekbone. The time in the military taught you how the skin puckers as the scar ages. This one looks less than a year old. She cocks her forearm, pointing at these silently pulsing hazard lights. Don't worry, the lights are on, but the internal signaling isn't going off. For the next few minutes, security has no idea we're here. I'm Fox. 3 letters. That's it. Her eyes glint. You can tell she's clocking your gear and estimating your reach. You can't fault the instinct. I'm here to take the quantum psychometrics for everything they've got. Their tech, their research, all their top secret assets. And you, it sounds like, are here to break shit. Then we're on the same page. We're both here to make quantum metrics pay. And I'm here to make sure Mr. Sebastian Martinez gets what he deserves. You sound like a thief. Yeah, I think we can team up on doing some fucking damage. We're in different books. I'm a calling card drifting delicately to rest. You're a pissed off meteorite. She lifts her chin, studying you. I'm not used to hearing screaming, yelling, and gunshots while I'm ripping off a corpse. But you are useful. Her eyes glint. If security has to put 2 fires out at once, we'll both have a better chance of living through the night. She snaps open the messenger bag slung across her body. The red light washes over the trove of gear, electronics, experimental tech, even some items that glimmer with the weight of ambient mana. I don't need all of this. Some of it's just weighing me down, so if you give me what you don't need, I'll return the favour. We can both walk away better equipped. Keep an eye out for these. I'll drop them if I have a rendezvous point in mind. If you find one, scan it and I'll send it to your location. She scans your wrist computer. Nice high-spec model, by the way. Oh, Demios Designs. They discontinued that line. High throughput, but burned itself out under pressure. Okay, firstly, I have a fucking name. Secondly, she's right, although you don't know if you put it like that. Your wrist computer is a heatsink. Your wrist computer's heatsink bleeds warmth against your skin as she unclips her bag, showing you her haul. Alright, so we get to trade these. course there's a plus shark. Yes! See? It's not... Sorry, the plus shark. If you take more than 15 damage during a fight, recover 5 HP at the end of the fight, then transform this. Trans rights are human rights. It's, for those of you who don't know, you'd need to find a better scholar than I to explain why, but the Blahage of IKEA has become a trans icon. Respirator, box of nails. We've got a desktop friend. This chipper lamb sits in the corner of your wrist computer's display, cheering you on with inducements to work. Drugs. I want to say ubiquitous eyeshadow, but it's not. Yeah, fuck yeah, Jamami. Fuck yeah. But anyway, I don't think we have anything that we want to get rid of. Okay. Leave for now. Okay, your jacket flies above your waist as you dash through the swaying cylinder drum. A security patrol in hot pursuit. The warehouse laundry system is designed to wash thousands of uniforms at once. Luckily, the gigantic drum is between cycles, so instead of spinning at 600 RPM, it's just tilting and rolling as you run. Drainage holes gleam under your feet, threatening to snag the tips of your boots. The security team behind you are having a tougher time of it. The drum floor shifts unpredictably beneath them. Driven by their uneven cadence, some of the details slow down to keep their balance, which only makes matters worse for the ones in the lead. Drop any stolen products immediately and exit the drum. Their leader, a woman with a vein pulsing in her neck, bellows after you. Her gun waves unsteadily in the air. If quantum psychometrics property is laundered against the instruction of the manufacturer, you will be responsible for the stains or damage to the item. Trigger the rinse cycle. You stop and take cover behind a silicon strut. Penciling sinuous flow into the interface of your wrist computer. Your spell chips hum in thematic synchroncy. Turning various applications to a new purpose. Water jets from the drainage holes that perforate the drum. At first, it's almost celebratory, like a walk-through fountain in a public park. The security patrol slows down, stumbling through the warm spray uncertainly. Then, the drum begins to spin. Your rune vectors guide the water. It carries you to the center of the swirling drum, untouched by the battering storm at the sides. You float steadily through the flood. You step out of the laundry cylinder's massive swinging door and wave your heels. With a wave at your heels. After a beat, security team's gear jets out after you, neatly separated from the team themselves. Get a box of nails and a glass bird. I'll take that. Alright, we're almost at Mecha Bastard. Okay, we've got a security group. We're gonna wait till they leave. Ooh, we gained 4 hauler tool belts. That paid off. Alright. Big fight time. Mr. Sebastian Martinez, CEO of Quantum Psychometrics. Move fast and break things. I love it. The man on the video link wears a patent power tie. It sways as he frames himself in the camera, eyebrows bristling. We could use a shake-up around here. So thrilling to see you taking the initiative. His eyes flick over you as he takes his best guess. Employee? But let me bounce some ideas off you here, bud. How's this? Destroy the vending machines. Hunger keeps strivers striving and kickstarts at quitters quitting. Our choices for response. Thanks for the feedback, but I know who I'm breaking next. I think you badly misunderstood why I'm here. Great idea, boss. I'll get right on that. Could you get security to buzz me through? I'm gonna do that one. Can't fault you for asking. Believe me, kid. I'd love to do it, he says, his teeth gleaming in a truly heroic grin. But it's really better for the bottom line if we stress test whether or not security can stop you smashing up the threat machines. Don't you think? If they can't, boom, no paycheck for them. He belly laughs, stepping away from the camera. His power tie sways like a pinwheel. It checks his... His tie sways like a pinwheel, checks his ruddy face. The soul points at the contrast, monochromatic, shadow-toned office. Don't worry, if one of them gets overexcited and tries to kill you, I'll call in and say, Uncle on your behalf. You're my prized draft pick, bud. You're rookie of the year. He cocks a finger gun in the air. Hey, after you're done for the day, have your manager email your employee number to my EA. If we find over 1 million bits of efficiencies today, I'll buy you a car. Whatever you like. He fires his finger gun at the screen, grinning hugely. And then the feed cuts out. Oh shit, alright. Boss battle. So I'm gonna go back. Oh fuck. Shit the bed. Okay. We got 1 free burn per turn. And then stack with a chameleon bolt. Oh, no we can't. It's a stun mine. Teleport the shit out of here. My good razor wire back. Yes! Champion! It's all about the razor wire. I mean, also I had 1 panic button for free, the big red button, and that saved my ass. Okay. Improved fire hose, kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope, the lights and colours of which I have never seen. Bacterial eaten, horrifying. Ooh, I do like the idea of summoning an elemental clone. Sadly, I can't yell Kage Bunshin to the full extent, but you know what? But I'll take the second pride pin. There we go. So we get 6 spells. Oh shit! Maybe your choices don't matter. I am the hack master. Yeah, all those years of Shadowrun paying off. First time, every time. But yeah, I get what you were talking about, how they, the first CEO doesn't even see you as a threat. Like, he's like that typical kind of like tech bro bullshit or tech CEO bullshit of like, you know, move fast, break things, you're crazy, you're here to mix things up. I cannot wait till I can smugly smash that guy's face in. And guess he forgot to put go live on his Blue Sky. Nice work, Dingus. No, and like, it's really coming together. You know, the only tricky part that I found was that first little like understanding the steps between action and like action, movement, and the match 3 of it all. And while there isn't much we can customize in the demo, I guess, so the roguelikean element of it, we get to change oh, okay, so we can increase the paranoia level to make things more difficult. Well, C222, you better invite them to come hang out on Friday. Start each run with a mood of your choice. This is cool. Oh, so I've got 17 memories, so I could get like the permanently unlocks the formwork spell domain and things like that. Jamami said we hit the executive with the double pride pin meta. Gay rights, gay wrongs. The Orca special. You ever beat a CEO? You ever beat a CEO to death with a blahage while your friends cheer you on? Welcome to Pride Month. Okay, so friends, that was the Torment Hexus. As I was saying, it's like the only note I had is that you have to play it just a little bit to get how the 3 pieces of it, the movement, the attacks, and the match 3 all come together. At C222, you are correct. The gayer you become, the more abilities you unlock, allowing you to do crime faster. Remember, be gay, do crime, don't get caught. I told them not to get caught. Okay. So yeah, so that was the Torment Hexus demo. As with all of our adventures today, please, 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 give it a go, give it a wish list. If you're able to, like, leave a little review on Steam. This is the help in the homie. So to BYO Battleship, yeah. This is looking really good. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Right. So what did we say we were going to do next? I think next up we should do Entropy. Now, as I said, I have played this before, so I'm going to be a little bit speedier on playthrough and whatnot, and I'm not going to be able to do the full Shakespearean introduction. But if you'd like to hear me at full tilt doing this, there will be a YouTube video available later on today. So yeah, let's get bloody started. Yeah, the only pisser with doing this, like the Steam Next Fest format, is that the speed at which we go through everything is so fast. Okay, you need to be over here. Okay. Okay. Right. Next game. So this is Entropy, and again, just for full transparency, the folks over at DreadXP paid me to make a video playthrough of this. I got to play through the demo. I did 2 hours of it. It was fucking good. They are not sponsoring this segment. They have not paid me to do this. This is me of my own volition because I want to show you all, and because I want to support the homies. Like, this is the same folks who did Dread Delusion, and you'll see very quickly a similar art style, but the game could not be more different. Now, if you want to keep talking about the Torment Hexus and gay rights, gay wrongs, gay victories, then I am more than happy to banter on it. I am going to be starting from jump, though, because I think, and I struggled to pronounce this when I was doing the Knothag, or maybe the C is silent, it's like Thnothag. But the forest, I think, is towards the end of the demo, but it might not be. We'll find out together. Okay. The hanged man kicks, finds foothold, and gasps down air. Untying his noose, he steps from the stool to wake his children. Ba-ba-ba. It's pronounced Will's Forest, the letters are all silent. Welcome to Draenor Town! Again, it's going to be hard not to go full tier, but yes, this game does begin with a group of thespian players who basically give you the backstory of this world in a broken play that you have to remember, but your character is ragingly hungover. Now, men, women, and airmen all, we, the Tragus Performing Company, graciously thank you for your attendance. Our humble play begins 1,000 years past, if you can imagine such a thing. Psst, players. Sorry state, a lot of you. Can smell you from here. Would you go swimming in a bloody brewery? Right, which of you is performing Vitano tonight? We're almost up. Drunk or no, you better not botch your lines. And this is what I do like, is that your character creation comes from your line delivery at the beginning. See, in Dread Delusion, the hook of how you built your character was essentially writing its story. No, Unholy Glee, it is a third, essentially, Aomen is gender neutral. I've not managed to explore enough of the game to understand like all of the cultural elements, but yeah, you get your, it's not your usual, elves, dwarves, and bastards setup. So you have Aemon P. Of the third gender, neither man nor woman, oft misunderstood, you've grown resilient. I'm sure none of you can relate to that, he said sarcastically. Man P. A young performer, full of heart. You've always corralled others to your thinking. Or Woman P. Since girlhood, you've borne the genetic traits of Cloud Tragus, granting you keen reflexes.
Man P, give me a few pints, I'll show you Man P.
the level of Scottishness I read that in. I'll show you me man be. Alnis, I can thank you. 84 months is no slouch. Let's go with Eamon. Because also, the characters you set up here, so you get charisma for Man P, you get dexterity and reflex, and you get like... Because this is the thing, it's not strength, it's resilience. I'm trying not to just play what it did, so we'll go with Eamon P. Footsteps I hear. Ah, here comes Vitano, king of all sorry souls of this wretched land. I take my leave. Again, if you want the full-chested Will version, that'll be available on YouTube later on. Ah, your head throbs. You shouldn't have let the others corral you into drinking that 6th pint. Now, what were your lines again? Oh, woe engulfs me. Once the mere utterance of Arando struck awe in every bosom of my kingdom. Now they curse my name, spitting its letters as if poison. But did I not rule with the finest, the noblest of virtues? Did I not rule with... shit? You think what's the noblest of the kingly virtues? And this is how we do our character creation, trying to remember your lines on stage. So yeah, heart influences courage in battle, reducing the chance you will lose your nerve. This does have a morale system that your characters will freak the fuck out, and any character who's lost their morale you can destroy them. Enemies have lost morale. Then you have the agile mind, influences turn speed and hit rate. Useful with magic, because if you squiff a shot with magic, you hurt yourself. And then grit affects physical resilience, health, and resistance. Oh yeah, no, Verdant. I want to go full Trobio on this one. But we shall be an Airman of Grit. Because we're going to be a frontline fighter. Last time I did this, I went for more of a... Because when I initially heard about this game, I was expecting it to be more like Fire Emblem, right? Like tactical turn-based. But it's not. I'll show you once we get to combat. It's not complicated, but it's different. I will admit, mayhaps my studies distracted me. Mayhaps with my eyes averted, the rot set in. Your Majesty, the rebels are here at the palace gates. Ah, to think a king must bear arms against his own people. Well, so be it. Squire, bring me my... Damn it! What weapon was it again? Bring me my sword and shield, my bow, and my spellbook. We're going to be going sword and board. Because the character that you play as is one of the few who won't be completely disfigured and murdered mid-fight. But the spellbook was good until it wasn't. Melee increased. Now, throw open the gates. I will greet my subjects with manners most pertinent on this wildest of nights. Mark these words. In terror, they will howl the name of Atano. This play of Veritano is surely something. They shake and sway with pure passion for the material. Now, if it's the same player I saw at the Og's Tavern earlier, 'tis not passion that does it. Begging your pardon, sir, but urgent report from the gates. Fighting's broken out, but with who, we're not sure. Probably a drunk starting trouble again. You two, with me. Okay. And so begins our adventure proper. So... Okay. This is not pre-rendered backgrounds, but it is quasi-prefixed camera. You can look around with Q, but for the most part, it has this kind of... Put your weapon away, mate. There we go. The controls take some getting used to. But again, it feels very... It feels like a resurrected PS1 game. Complementary. You know what, Alnus, it does have that Vagrant Story feel, but... Shit. Demons! This deep into the Gloaming Islands? Impossible. Soldiers, stand firm. And you there, players! I care not if those weapons are mere props. We need every able body to me! You, he's talking about you, isn't he? On second thoughts, maybe you should have stopped on that fourth pint. We'll arrange into 2 rows. Theatre players behind us. Use ranged weapons if you have them. Soldiers, defend those in the back. Yeah, well, so Unholy Glee, when I say it has the PS1 style, I mean in how it feels. Like, all of the visual styles you can tweak. You can change it to... You can change the dithering, you can change the chunkiness of it. Okay. Like, it feels like a PlayStation 1 game. This one is called Entropy. It's the next title by the team that made Dread Delusion. Okay. Now, it takes a sec for the combat system to click, but basically, you have 2 rows in your warband. You can have up to 8 mercenaries fighting. Front row can melee. Second row cannot directly melee, but it depends on the weapon. You can only attack the front row. The other team can only attack the front row with melee attacks. Pretty standard, but you're always in this block fighting. The other thing is that killing people on the front row brings the back row forward, somewhat similar to Darkest Dungeon. But then, alongside the morale, anytime someone is knocked down in a fight, they could die, they could lose a limb, they could get completely fucked up. So while you can keep people healing through, there's no Phoenix down, and you won't know their fate until it's over, which is where the Mordheim comparison comes in. That's why people will die. You'll hire new mercenaries. You know. Yeah, no, Jamami, this is some good RPG combat goodness, but it's not just the same post-JRPG or even post-Fire Emblem type stuff. It's wholly its own. The combat system also has this. Alright, hang on, it'll show me in a second. So if we go... Weapon skill, final strike, strike. Oh, the Tragus actor is in the back, so he can't attack with a melee attack. The other thing... this is the... It's a weapon skill. Strike. There we go. Actually, Phoenix Down implies the existence of Phoenix Up. So the other thing that this has, which I did not expect, is a combat system similar to Fear and Hunger. Here we go. So the player... So we'll reposition the player to the front. Placing shot. We can choose what limb to attack, which varies from creature to creature. So, like, if you see an undead with a huge double-handed sword, cut the sword arm off. so we can now target body, head, right arm, left arm. We'll go for the head. Hopefully we can hit it. There we go. Oh! Oh yeah, and it tells you all the dice rolls as they're coming through. You don't have to see them, but if you want the full detail. So the troop is dead. After feeling like every bone in your body was crushed, there was only the briefest of agonies before all light, sound, and sensation drained from your world. How long did you linger in darkness and silence? A moment? An eternity? You cannot say. The sand runs thin. There is no time. The voice punctuates your silence. It is the first voice you have heard in a long time. Maybe the first voice you've ever heard? Ugh, what feeble pickings are these? And the winds are weak. I'm losing sight. So be it. You will have to do. Who is that ghost and spooky person? Hell if I know.
I can see you be giggling with that.
Oh, and this was one of the other details that I wanted to share with you all. This is the Tragus Company Journal, prized possession of your troop. You should take this back home to Kuvas, or your troop called home. So now, is that a diegetic UI I spy? I don't know. You tell me. So yeah. Yeah, I know. Don't think we've actually picked up anything else though. So yeah. Now the game begins proper. Now if we want to, here's where I was saying that like we get the choice to mix things up. If we want the CRT filter, we can turn it off. We can have no dithering, crunchy, more of a mellow, posturized, or a style horrifying black and white. Yeah, how fucking cool is that? Now, what one should consider to be the correct one, I don't know. I haven't actually had a chance to chat with them. I will say that I found. I find the mellow minus CRT is a little easier for watching for your lovely selves. But just look at this. The demon silhouetted before you twitches wrongly. Cuts and abrasions line its flesh with bones protruding from lumps of clotted blood. It licks its lips. Oh, missed one, have we? Come hither, man folk, for your blood pumps too cleanly through your skin flesh, and my blade will make you pretty, and together we will rejoice. I mean, again, the opening to this is a bunch of thespians thrown into a fight. Oh, sorry. What they were just saying there was the thing I was telling you about where, you know, if we aim for a target, if we go for the right arm, bingo. Now the demon's weapon arm is gone, so he can only just kind of like stump punch, which is mildly horrifying. There we go. Okay. Alright. Now, I remember last time having more people in my party this early on, so maybe I missed someone. Easy now. Pretty sure I've seen Stump Punch play live. They're a lumberjack punk band. Yeah. They're not bad. They're not bad. Here, under a simple shrine to the Mama, lies a hopeless grave. In these troubled times, few can achieve a place in Soul Garden when they pass. But in fear of dark death, their families bury them with the old rituals all the same. Now, is there anyone here who didn't see the... or any of the Dread Delusion playthrough that we did? Because that was fucking great. And one of the things about Dread Delusion that stood out was how fresh it was. You know, the thing that was so interesting about it was that... Ooh, some rusty armor. In a world where everything feels very much... In the fantasy genre, a lot of things do feel very derivative. You know, Dread Delusion wasn't just like Morrowind in aesthetics, it was its own wild and weird world. Oh, here we go. Ah, Lawless Black. Of course there, folk or demon. Folk, demon, you're done for. You are done for. He forms an expression somewhere between a smile and a grimace. Ah, you're a bright one, eh? So what? You the type to gut a wounded Draenor Knight? Will you hear his plea? What do you need? Thing is, I did the good route last time. I can't bring myself to just fucking gut this poor guy. Alas, our Celephon Tower is the first to fall to the demons, for an alarm could be raised. There's an inn over yonder, that day's walk thereabouts. It's got its own semaphore tower, next in a chain to Kovas. You must make sure they've sent a message. This was a demon assault. Mayhaps word has got to them already, but I met the old man who operates the tower, and he's a fool. I'd wager he reported only foul weather. Get going. He smiles weakly. Aye. Make your granddams proud, right? Here, take my mace. It's not the strength to swing it. Aye. Shat sword will have to do. Leave me to my fate. I won't see my ancestors. I've done them proud. Okay. And some medicinal herbs. Okay. And it was this point here as well, like, these locked camera angle sections giving you like a really clear view of everything. And if you want to, you can avoid some of these scraps. I might, because we're going to get a... Here we go, yeah. We get this friend round the corner. And he's... he is far too hard on himself. Oh! Huh. This is completely different than the character I got when I played this. Okay, sorry. It was me, it's like, oh, I know exactly what's going to happen. My name's Billy Big Bollocks, and I've played this demo before. Last time I played through this, I got a Knight Squire who was an absolute tank. This is Tosia. The young wayfarer trembles before you, her eyes darting around the flame-licked ruins. A globule of snot hangs uneasily from a nostril. Oh, this isn't what I expected from the great town of Draenor, not at all. Clutched to her belly is a tattered codex stuffed full of markers. If you didn't know any better, you'd say that looked almost like a spell book. Noticing your interest, she clutches the book tighter. Oh, this old thing? Ah, well, I suppose I'm not what most people would expect when they think of a shaper wizard. But I've been tutored by the elder of my village since I was this high. I can speak with the makers around us. I can even master a whole spell. A whole spell? What is it then? Oh, well, I've been practicing Phage for years, where you could summon insects to do your bidding. Only, I could only get the really tiny ones to answer my call, and they just got to crawl over me and make me very itchy. But last year, I finally got the hang of Bile. I can cast it nearly every time. Or Only very rarely do I botch it, honest. Wait. What happens when bile goes wrong? Well, you see, it's a spell to weaponize the makers in your gut, so... You're supposed to vomit poisonous stomach acid everywhere, but if you miscast a spell, you can just rupture an organ, cough blood all over yourself. It hurts very badly. A surge of flame bursts from a pile of wreckage nearby, causing you both to cower before the searing heat. Look, should we really get out of here? Can I tag along with you? Well, two's better than one. She beams a smile, revealing a few missing teeth. Oh, makers be praised. I'm Tosia, by the way. Let's get out of here. Okay. So now we get two things. So one, we've got Tosia, but we can set up our formation. So we want... Yeah, I know. Thank you. We want Tosia in the back. Oi. Thank you. That way they can't immediately get wrecked. And we probably want to do a couple of cheeky fights. So yeah, where was this wet bastard? I think that monster just fucked off. Oh, that's rude. Alright, well, time to earn our keep. Now, over there, it looks like one of the demons. Makers, don't they look so creepy? Not quite like a corpse, but like a body remaking itself. That one has armour. I could try casting a spell. We could bypass its defences and try and poison it. And those little walking lungs must be using makers to walk around like that. So it's probably magical. Try targeting its bronchioli. Oh, we're using fancy wizard words now. Alright. Okay. Yes, I know how to cast a spell. So magic, file, armored demon. Oh, there we go. Okay, ow. So now, as the player, we want to target demon lungs and hit it in the bronchioli. Okay. So now we've fucked up. Oh! Son of a bad word. I thought I was supposed to be bloody tough. Oh! Okay, so the player is now massively demoralised. And we are in big trouble. This is bad. Oh yeah, Jemami, they do kind of look like the floating nervous system around Lunacid. Sorry, it just struck me. I didn't realise how loud this game was. I've got it turned down for my ears, and I just saw the clicking was spiking quite a bit. Okay, so the player. So if we go status player. Yeah, I know. Doesn't appear to have any injuries yet. All right. Wait, and Jemami, that's the other thing. Is like. Just like with Dread Delusion, the amount of originality in this is what makes it so kind of special. Why do I feel like we had more people when we did this the first time? But Oh, also, you can get a backstab on enemy mobs that gives you, like, advantage in a fight. Which significantly helps. Yeah, I know. Look at my fancy hat. Tell me if you need to explain focus strike to me. But yeah, so the other things about this that I think are really interesting are how, because there's a state between like losing a player and not, it's not quite Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, magic cast down in one. It's not quite Darkest Dungeon, so it's not like you're just, you know, churning through players, but it's not quite like Fire Emblem where you just restart every time you lose somebody. Break those bronchioli. Because, and I talked about this last time when I was playing this last, of like, I personally think that things like permadeath systems and that, like, should always be about adding something rather than just making it, you know, arbitrarily more difficult. So, for example, Darkest Dungeon, you know, you don't play as those characters. You churn through them. You know, in the course of one game, you might go through like shitloads of knights and heroes and characters and whatnot, and that's okay. Vicious spear. There we go. That's the way we need to go. So explore the village a little bit. Oh, here we go. Open the back room. Oh yeah, we get to find Mr. Zweihander back here, who was saved my ass so many times. Getting out of here. Come on, make a break for it. Sure. Okay, completely different person. Okay, so he says if we get into a fight, make a run for it. What equipment do you have? Another mage? Okay, so it seems like the lineup in this game is... Okay, when I first... Again, you'll be able to see the video later today if you want to watch it, but like when I first played through this, I chose mage. So I had a sword and board guy, and then the person I found here was a shady thief, but he used a two-handed sword that was so good. Now I'm 2 mages deep and very confused. There we go. Soldier's armor. Alright. Okay. Get that rusty armor off. But yeah, no, the thing I was trying to say was how this does add something to it. You know, I loved Fire Emblem, and I used to play it very hardcore. But then when I started doing, I forget which of the Fire Emblems it was, the 3DS one that was very successful, I realized that I wasn't actually playing it, right? What I mean by, anytime somebody died, I would just load a save. So I wasn't really playing it as permadeath, I was just playing it as like, and then I reset. Okay, now we want the door open, thank you. And one of the things I did really enjoy more time, but I wanted more from that. I definitely wanted more of a like warband game, you know. your team of hardened adventurers, your story. And like, since Mordheim has come out, it's been 1,000 years. And this, like I said, it feels like a blend of those. You know, these characters... Oh, alright, trying to fall off the stairs, mate. These characters are ours to our story. Actually, I'm going to heal us up, because we're about to go into a pretty hefty fight. Give that the stump of approval. Ah, here we go. An imposing stranger in charcoal black armor approaches you. In the flicker of flame, you struggle to make out the figure when his booming voice pins you to the ground. And again, you've got to imagine that I'm going like full chested on this one. What's this? A rodent scurrying from the flames. Ah, I recognize this one. You performed a play earlier this eve. We watched and listened from beyond the walls. We are not so dissimilar, for my kind know how to strut and fret upon a stage. The figure gestures at the surrounding carnage. You could call this a performance of our own. Pray tell, do you like it? I'm nothing like you, demon. Can we work something out? If this is a performance and the playwright's an arse. Oh, I couldn't agree more. All sound and fury, signifying nothing. Just as we like it. Okay. So we got 2 rounds of bile, and we can hit the mysterious figure with magic. Hopefully poison the shit out of this guy. Okay. Yeah, and all we can do is target the front row's right arms. Oh, that's a good line. Oh, so you're a performer. How's your death scene? Stump Punch is back. Stump Punch's second album. Okay, Jaroslav is ridiculously powerful. Not hating that. I also like the fact that we're called the player. Not because we are the player, but because we are a player. We just happen to be the player. Right? Don't worry, everybody. I've disarmed him. I just love the fact that because they don't know, because you've just taken their arm off, they try and swing at you and there's nothing. You're like, oh fuck, better hit him with the stump. Okay, this team is significantly more powerful than my last team. So this is the end. Out, out, brief candle. Ugh, I have died. I will not be returning for the sequel. Ugh. And DJ Coil, what and welcome. How are the babies? Sorry about your hell day. We're on game 2 of our little, Oh.
Oh, because you chopped his arm off. Haha.
Simple chaos. Fucking thank you. $10 to keep me alive, while I made that guy even deader than he was before. Yeah, I'm going to be interested, to those of you who are watching this, if you have the time to check out the video on this, what you think. Here's the crooked tree. And before you ask, yes, this does have campsites where we get to like chat and meet the rest of our little squad. So we've just picked up 3 of them. Lanark. Oh, Lanark has a kitty. The man looks at you with tired eyes. Some foreign creature stirs within his clothing. You think it might be some kind of rat. Well met, travellers. You can call me Lanark. These roads are seldom trod by small groups, and you should be on your guard. You don't seem so bothered yourself. He grimaces. I've seen my fair share of battles. Don't concern yourself with my safety, stranger. He looks you up and down and sighs. You don't exactly look prepared to face the perils of the road. Pray tell, what's your profession? I am a theatre troupe, last alive. Bah! So you only know how to swing a sword in one of Deathly's plays. Well, I can hardly let you wander off without parting some words of advice. And what would you wish to know? Here he gives you a little bit of information in the locations, which we're going to head to now. And for the prowess in battle, he just explains more tactics than anything, which is useful. So, if you've got the time and the combat system's been kind of giving you heck, you know, he teaches you about like repositioning during a fight, where to put your crossbows, etc. You know. Everyone shut up, there's a kitty! Whether Lanark is a returning character or what have you, I have yet to discover.
What the fuck?
Now comes the crux of our little challenge. See, the guards will only let us through if we have a passage humours, essentially a passport that is attained by drinking some impossible brew. Diplomats and high-flying folk from Kuvas might have it, but not you lot. So, excuse me. If we were able to pass through the gate, we could get to Kuvas quickly. But he doesn't think we're not hoity-toity enough to head to Kuvas. So we've got to do things the old-fashioned way. Oh, and much like the dream segments in Dread Delusion, you have these like fun little story beats that remind me very much of Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2. In all the years of travelling with your troop, you've seen your fair share of strange and frightening weather, yet out here in the wild, it never comes when you can expect it. The rain starts suddenly and brings terror. Heavy droplets are hitting your head and shoulders, the palm of your hand. Looking closely, you realise that the sky is raining down teeth. Teeth that stop being teeth if you try to look at them closely. And then you are no longer able to give them a proper description at all. Now, should we endure the teeth rain or seek shelter? I did not get this event when I played through the first time, so this is new. Having fun, darling?
No! Dead right now it's broken. Just has sat here for 5 minutes trying to connect to the fucking internet.
It's not like they've been working on that game for 10 years.
Yeah, 10 fucking years.
Oh, wait. I'm just suffering from teeth rain.
You've disconnected from the server because of a failure to validate the host's account through anti-cheat? What are you talking about?
When you win so well at Dead by Daylight, they accuse you of cheating.
Is it Steam server maintenance?
Oh, it may indeed be.
Okay, because I'm like, wait a minute. Don't fucking call me a cheater. If I was cheating, I wouldn't be playing like dog shit.
Yeah, no, it's Steam server maintenance time.
Okay, I was about to... Alright, fine.
Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater!
Dead by Daylight, I'll give you that.
And whilst we laugh at Steam servers and we decide what to do in the teeth rain, just relinking to the entropy demo, play this yourself. Because here's the thing, now I don't know how much shit I haven't seen. The whole thing as I was coming into this, like, I've already played this, I'll be your guide. And now I'm dealing with teeth rain, so let's stay and endure. Endure? You could grit your... Wait, no. Those who ignore all warnings and think themselves smarter than the world swiftly receive their punishment. Screen cap. As you try to march onwards, the hail of teeth begins to pierce your companions' clothes and even dent their armor. As the storm picks up, you realize that surviving this weather would be a pure miracle. You quickly take shelter under a dead tree, but its protection is limited. When the morning comes, you and your parties have suffered numerous lacerations and even some broken bones. Let's check our status. Alright, we got to get another fighter. So, that was bad. Yeah, I guess you could call that a biting wind. Alright. Let's hit the blind bat in before we... we'll hit the blind bat in before we rest, because here we'll be able to pick up some more individuals. Oh, okay. So Selagar was in my last preview. He is a monster hunter. Specifically, his lineage hunts the Strigoi. His dad killed the last Strigoi, so this puts him in something of a bind. You know, he is a Strigoi hunter with nothing to hunt. Selagar's will in a different font. I don't know. I haven't played far enough to truly know, but he is ginger. Okay, so where am I? Blind bat in. He also has a little bit of a stutter, which I always find hard to do. I've known too many folks that have, like... Absolutely, sure, come on down. Selagar is a ranged fighter by trade, and he kind of sucks to start with, but he very quickly improves. So pale, the marshmallow fluff tells him to tone it down. Indeed. Indeed. Oh my god! Scotty, are you still chilling in Illin?
What?
Scotty got in, I mentioned we got the package, and then I got completely distracted with everything else.
Got distracted. It's crazy. Who would know that you were welcome to get distracted?
Do you wanna... Yeah. Well, whilst we are hanging out at the Blind Bat Inn, you'll want to see what Scotty got for us.
Here, alright. Well, alright guys, I have to leave you because apparently I have to go.
You have to leave?
Be back.
So yeah, Scotty, we got this through on Saturday. I got horrendously sunburnt getting it.
Yes.
Like, ridiculously so. Hello there. And it does say for Viking Blonde and Little Fire. Oh. Good at maths. Smells like a tome. Sturdy packaging, no less. Okay. Do 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 do. Okay, hang on. Before we show you lot, what ho? No prizes for working out which of one of these made me think of Jess. Guessing Will want the Dune one. You'll have to fight for the BSG annual. Teehee. P.S. I know Will likes to keep everything sent, but I won't be offended if you trade it in for something else. And it says, to Will and Jess, Whoop Whoop Corner, Seattle, Washington, US of A, from Scotty. And friends, it is an official collector's edition.
How did you get this photo of me? Oh my god, this is like my best photo.
And this is the Dune Collector's Edition Annual.
What? Sick! Oh, this was us celebrating Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Cute.
Oh, this is cool. There's a whole page on Sting. Oh, look at him there. Scotty, fucking thank you. And you. And you get him into the cheese.
It's me eating cheese.
No, Scotty, I can thank you, friend. And there's the Battlestar Galactica. This is the original
Oh.
Battlestar Galactica. In all its glorious weirdness. I still remember I think it's the movie of Battlestar Galactica scaring the shit out of me because they all get, like, kidnapped and, like, body horror transformed into bugs.
That's wild. I'm going to have to put this in a very safe place. But that it can be seen. Aww, little guy. He's just a little guy.
That is the face that says we have run out of Red Bull.
Thank you, Scotty.
Scotty, seriously, thank you. And you're right, I am keeping these.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell I'm trading these.
Well, I mean, okay, sure. But, sure, yeah.
But, Scotty, heckin' thank you. Jesus, those books are like 42 and 48 years old. Damn. Yesterday we got we got this freak to sing a little song for us. The Maidens of Old Dolnor it was. Made me nearly teary-eyed. Yeah, their old mate got turned into a demon and they've left the pieces of him strung up. Okay, party reform. No, Scotty, like, seriously, thank you. Oh. I don't think Igatag was here the last time I came through. Like to buy supplies. Oh, handy. Phage, soldier armor, and a tatty codex.
I'm like a frame it or something. Alright, let's see. Let me see if I can.
Okay. Let's see who we can hire first. Hired swords. Oh, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so and here is our plethora of mercenaries for hire. We get details on the kit they have and what has happened to them since. So, like, Gifa here, a noble of minor class, skilled with a blade and a sharp eye, carries a rusty greatsword. Costs 102 gold to hire. We can't afford Gifa. Now, Vladim I did have with me last time, but he was more of a fighter and less of a wizard. Wermund, another wizard. Okay, so here we have Edel, another fucking wizard. Did wizard school just let out early this year? The only person we can afford to hire. Needs another fighter. Alright, let's see if we can find something to sell. We need 100 gold. And that mace is going to cut it. Oh, word. Sorry, forgive the misclickage. Wizard School burnt down. They plan to adjust the Pyromancer curriculum. Oi! You there! The old soldier slams down his pint and fixes you with a penetrating stare from his one good eye. Greet him warmly. He interrupts your niceties with a wave of the hand. Bah! Bah! Now see here. You look like you've been travelling these roads and tell me. You've been accosted by the gloaming gits. Gloaming who? Those sods that defile the name of the gloaming isles with their petulant moniker. That's not why I hate them. Well, not just why. Those bastards stole my pipe. The thing that was passed down from my father, who kept it with him all through the Third Demon Crusade. Said that puffing on that thing was all that kept him sane amid the horrors. Now, I've got a purse of coins for anyone who can get it back. Okay, and then the bloke round here won't do shit and or fuck until I forget what. Yeah, that's a good point. Is burning the school down considered a passing grade for a pyromancer? The semaphore operator looks a little lethargic. Seems like he's not entirely there, and after his gaze quickly slides across your face, you can also tell that he's definitely not interested. What's this? What do you want? Have you sent a message about to Kuvas about the demon attack? And why would I have done such a thing? Sure, there's been some folks swarming in talking about demons and whatnot, but there are demons everywhere these days, and if folk are quickly spooked, I reckon it was all just bad weather. Nothing to worry about. No, I was there. It was a demon attack. Well, now I think of it, I suppose nobody actually mentioned any bad weather. I ain't climbing all the ladder rungs with these old knees. Not this time of day. Go do it yourself. Well, what do? Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. Climb the ladder, use the sophomore controls. Left lever, then right, then left again. Spit on the eye and give it a yank. Got it? Left, right, left, spit, yank. Got it. Try to operate it. Okay. Go left, right, left, spit. Alright, you pull the levers and feel the mechanism shudder to life above you. Okay, now in theory, we have now informed Kuvas of the demon attack. And I don't know why I keep saying it like Kuvas, but that's apparently how I'm doing it now, so it's locked in. And I will say, I did spend a lot more time on the tiny details. I want to see what I haven't seen, essentially. So from here, what we can do is we can hit the castle up on the hill. So we've got the camp over here, which gets a little weird. But we just rested, so we're good. Some other little camp spots around there. This one is particularly funny. And up here, we have our bandit camp. Which we kind of need... Well, the thing is, we need to kick their ass to have enough money to be able to hire another fighter. Alright, stop right there. This is the camp of the gloaming gits. 1 foot further, and I'm calling the lads. Do your worst, git. Pleasure. Okay, so... Obviously, we've got to wipe out their back row best as we can. Don't think this is going to go well. God darn it. Oh! So Selgar is not a good shot to start with. But when he hits like a truck. And it is very useful. Okay.
We'll get rid of that.
Let's see if his arm comes off. Nope, it does not. Sorry, Vert, just adding, you wish to see the unseen? Seems pretentious. Oh. I like to think of it as more of a Disney-inspired sentiment. Okay. Just hit all of them with bile, so at least they're all poisoned. But this is the point where it really feels like you actually have to pay attention to the combat. You do not get a lot of healing items. Thankfully, if I remember rightly, mana's not a problem. The only real problem is when your spell backfires, it hurts your caster. Okay, I'm gonna need you to heal over here, buddy. This first fight went better than I was expecting, except for Tosia there managing to hurt themselves in the process. Okay. No injuries and no levels up. Still not quite enough cash to be able to hire another fighter. Just got to hope that Salazar doesn't get his ass handed to him. Alright, now, if we're careful... Yeah. Power of Brace Goal. And then... Wait! I was supposed to get a special attack there! That were bullshit! Oh yeah, these shield guys are going to be hard work. Ooh. I know. Okay, now he's got the weapon skill of piercing shot. Which when it works is great, and when it fails, it fails. Oh! Sorry, friend, I don't mean to sound like I'm trying to teach everybody how to suck eggs. I made it through this area by kind of like the skin of my teeth last time, but I also had a two-handed frontline fighter that could just shred. Now I have two book nerds and a weirdo with a crossbow. And again, I'm not entirely sure to what extent some of these characters can be harmed or die. All we can do is kind of chop away at the rest of the line and hope that Matey Boy's piercing shot finally lands. Okay, there we go. Because otherwise all we can do is continuously poison the tank for tiny amounts of damage every turn. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, Simple Chaos. The XCOM comparisons don't feel unfair in a weird way. Come on, piss and shot. You got this, buddy. Better? Not only is he back, he's unpoisoned. Thank you. But now the front line is toast, so we can just lay into this bastard. And I do believe we can have a little snooze if we leave the area and come back. Which is a bit cheeky, but I want to win. And I'm trying to win without a... Okay. So we've got the broken pipe. I do wonder what happens if we leave, make camp, then head back in. And yeah, so here's our little... I almost said like Baldur's Gate camp, but, you know, the campfire scenes have been around since... I mean, I remember the first one that I found being Golden Axe. Last scory line. Okay, so he's just repeating that stuff, but with these folks, he's travel between the clouds, taking on commissions to paint huge murals of past glories. Of course, that's all dried up now. It's pole arms, not painting, so I traded my supplies for a well-balanced blade. That must be a smidgen of a bug, because he's a caster, but... By coming along with you, I've broken a clad bond and disagreed with my lineage, but I'll atone. With the money I'll make, I'll bring back to the village, get better tools, better yields, and make it through the winter. Alright, nap time. So now we're all rested. Well, how much cash have we got? Ah, not quite enough. Alright, so we'll be able to hire them once we get through this. Okay. Sorry, friends. I think once we get to a stopping point on entropy, I think it's going to be lunch and maybe a spot more coffee. So I think there's one more fight to be had in here. Ah, yeah, here we go. Ooh. Nothing worse than getting poked in your favourite nipple. Ooh. Alright, the backline buggers have got guns. Yeah, we got to handle them. Good thing most everybody in the Glooming Isles is right-handed. Oh, one thing I did notice is the audio for the effect is based on how close you are to whoever's casting it. So if we go up here, the sound effects are all muted. When the auto camera zooms you in, it can get very loud. You know, our casters do seem to be pretty gnarly. Oh! In the words of Abraham Lincoln, I just chopped that guy's fucking arm off. Sorry, so while we're doing RPG fights and Steam Next Fest stuff, so how was your weekend, y'all? I have ticked off 2 more movies on the video game movie list. One brilliant and one fine. So over the weekend we watched Exit 8, which was very good. Well, I thought it was really good. Can't speak for... and we also watched Five Nights at Freddy's 2, or Near Week at Frederick's. Yes, I've made that joke multiple times and I still think it's funny. Oh, so Scotty, which one? Because I still think the newer Dungeons and Dragons movie is very good. The old one, when someone pointed out that it was 2 new players and 2 old players teaming up, I kind of got it. Jeremy Irons one, yeah. Now, if you want a real stinker, the sequel to the Jeremy Irons one, boy howdy. Oh my god. Yeah, Selagar's definitely got a case of the old XCOM aim, if you know what I mean. Okay, focus on the brigand. Oh my life. Huh. I mean, so Aeon, so you've got Five Nights at Freddy's, Weekend at Bernie's, 28 Days Later. Yeah, how many other, like, duration-based franchises are there? Jesus, this guy does not want to die. Thank you. Yeah, now we just gotta try and chip away at this bastard. Okay, there we go. I do feel a lot less panicked now going through these battles. Level up our bloody party members. Okay. Melee. Grit. Heart. And it's more melee. We are the tank. And you ain't nothing but magic. Yo. Frost Cannon says what? Okay. Oh, 40 Days of Night. There's another. a rusty musket, but we have no gunmen in our troop. Alright, let's go hire another fighter. So we could certainly use one. Does Halloween count being a single day? Halloween, no. Friday the 13th, yes. I don't make the rules. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, brigand. Enjoying the road, are you? I've trodden better. Look here, you better show this road some respect, 'cause it's our road. Property of the Gloaming Gits. Yeah? That is a stupid name. Gah, twat. Brigand spits and shakes his fist. Now look here, it's 10 coins to pass this road. Gonna pay up or what? Sod that, I'm not paying. More fight time. But yeah, at the current rate, like I've now watched 25 of the movie list. I do, however, still have, what is it, 55 to go? Marsha Rea, Watto and welcome. This is Entropy, the Dread Delusion team's next game, and it is extremely good. How are you? The poisoning brigands. And I was just talking about, I haven't done too much since last I've seen you all. Do have a couple of videos I'll be able to post on YouTube later this evening. But yeah. I know I haven't talked a lot about the movie video game list, but I am working my way still through it. Exit 8 was very good, and I'm going to try not to make every conversation and then Will shits on weapons. But when I heard about the movie Weapons, one of the things that someone told me was the goal of that movie was to try and make like something that takes place mostly during the day, that is spooky, scary. Having watched Weapons, it's fine. It's fine. But what was really interesting about Exit 8 is that it is an adaptation of the game. It takes place predominantly in bright light, and genuinely scared me a couple times. It's fucking good. I can chop his arm off. No. Oh, okay, so Marsha Rea is on a short little vacation to recover from work being a terrorist, so that's nice. Yeah. I always like that when you go to wishlist a game and you're like, it's already there, and you're like, way to go past me. Thanks for having taste. This guy's going to take so long to put down. Weapon skill, piercing shot. Come on. Fuck. Alright, well, we can at least handle this backline dingus. And now we just focused fire on this bloke. But the second Five Nights at Freddy's movie was fine. If it was up to me, it would have been far more scarring for children, but That might be because I'm a bastard. I will say the first movie was definitely a lot better. Oh! Oh, he might have just killed himself there. So my wizard might have exploded his own brain. He fail casted so hard, he exploded his own shit. That's not good. Yeah, that was a proper crit fail. The thing is, if you just came on in, so the combat system, this guy could be dead and he's out of our game, or he may have just blown his own arm off or something. We won't know until the end of the fight, and I think that adds a little bit of spice to it. Accidentally cast power word defecate. The brown note is powerful. Yeah, no. Karloslav sustained a severed left arm. His left arm has been cut off. He can no longer use equipment with the offhand. So yeah, he fail casted so hard he exploded his own left arm. Unlike other status effects, injuries cannot be removed by resting, so they must be healed by seeking a doctor or paying a fee. And we can't afford that, so if you ever wanted to know what the sound of one hand clapping is. Anyway, he'll be fine. Anyway, time to hire some more mercenaries. Alright, so we have 130 gold. Crossbow. Oh, alright, there's a different cast. Sharp Eye, seasoned in battle and light-footed. Suffering from a severed right leg. Oh, Zeke's in here. Smells bad. A rusty grey sword and mercenary armor. We might actually hire Zeke. Wait, is that one of the gorillas from the Gorillas? But no more wizards. No more wizards! Congratulations. You're in. So yeah, so now we got Zek, who... oh god, Zek had one of his eyes gouged out. Jesus, alright. Horrifying, but, you know, I guess we're not looking to... Yeah, I guess we're not looking to hire people for their good looks, but damn. Alright. But yeah, like, friends, aside from getting stuff together for Steam Next Fest and making a couple of fun videos, I've been quite boring. And Captain Stephanie Barnes, what ho and welcome. And yeah, Simple Chaos. That's why I always thought the magic system in Warhammer was pretty good. Like, it's the winds of magic. And sometimes you can barely summon a little fire. And sometimes you explode your own hands off because the winds of magic were like, yo, we're blowing today. Ooh. So, now, I know how I did this last time. I'm going to let you lot choose. On the road, you meet a fiery scholar from Vise who asks for your assistance in a particular scientific endeavour, in exchange for a hefty reward, of course. A beast known as an echidna lives in a nearby bog, and the scholar's designs are to catch him and to exhibit this, his cloud's menagerie. The scholar has already contrived a plan, but it's a two-man job. One will confuse the echidna with the sound of a horn, while the other must spray the beast with a special alchemical solution. Now, are we going to refuse the madness for our own sake, or join the hunt? while you lot choose. Indeed, Albus, and sometimes an orc weird boy is gonna throw up and make it everyone else's problem. Okay, so everybody's down to enter the hunt. And Aeon, when you think about it, you know, being an electrician is essentially being a strange alchemical wizard. We tricked lightning into thinking. Oh. We have joined the hunt. No. Here lives Echidna, a colossal monstrous snail of the bog. The beast stretches out from the putrid waters. Its shell is studded by arrows, spears, stakes, and broken swords. Is this what gave the monster its name? Now, we can follow the plan, or we can attack the gruesome beast head on. But yes, unfortunately, the other things that I have done have been vaguely interesting are rather spoilerific. See, I finished reading. There is no.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
84 mofo months.
84. However, according to Mr. the Twitch, that's 85. So, Cat and Steph, thank you. I know you've kept that going while you haven't been able to hang here, which is really kind of you. Thank you. No, seriously. Sorry, I don't want to sound blasé or flippant. Okay, so Alice and Uber Dan would like to trust the plan. We can do that. As I said, I had a crack at this myself. I have a plan if not to follow it. Okay. Follow the plan. Luckily, the saline solution that you spray on the beast, as well as the strange musical vibrations of the horn, do their job. Soon, you and the scholar are loading Echidna, now entangled in net, into the learned man's ornate cart. The scholar bids you thanks, and soon enough, you part your ways. Sometime after, the local bondsfolk will find a broken cart, and not too far from it, a pitiful skeleton in a checkered gambeson. Already dried, traces of the slime will be heading back into the forest's deadfall. We still got paid. Just saying. That perhaps this gentleman trying to capture a gigantic nightmare snail was a bad idea. Ah, more bloody brigands. Okay. But yeah, so Captain Steph, it's getting loud again. So this is Entropy. This is the same team that did Dread Delusion, and it is a turn-based warband game in a strange world. You are a thespian actor turned party leader after the village you're performing is attacked by demons. You set upon the path to Cloud, or Clove? One of the major cities, to let them know of the demon attack. The folks over at DreadX sponsored me to do a video for them to show this off at Steam Next Fest, and now I'm just playing it because I wanna. Kind of abusing my power a little bit today. We're having our own little like Longship Help the Homies showcase. Now, let's see what our new friend can do. Miss, apparently. Ooh. Selagar proving more than competent. Oh, and we have been poisoned. We have been stabbed. And you're right, Uberdan. We got paid, and that's what matters. Actually, let's go once again. Because we haven't really had too much in these brigand fights in the way of, like, cheeky tactical little moments. Not like with the demons, where, like, cutting off specific things makes them a lot easier to deal with. I do believe if you get a crit when attacking someone's face, that does cause them to just straight up die. Very VATS system, but so far we haven't seen that in its entirety. Ooh! His depth perception might be terrible, but Zeke is ready to do some damage. So yeah. I guess to those of you who haven't seen, it is Steam Next Fest week. There are a ton of great demos made by friends and creative indies alike. If you've looked over Steam Next Fest and have seen nothing but trash, don't worry. The first 2 days are essentially like the population day. We're moving towards, from tomorrow onwards, all the demos and games that people have been playing and reviewing and wishlisting will rise to the top, and the AI slop will sink to the dark depths below, far beyond where it deserves even the attention. So also I wanted to point out one cute little thing about this. So there is one area in this world, I believe it's called Torm. All compasses point towards it. So all the navigation in this world is based on Tormwoods. So instead of north, south, east, west, you have Tormwoods, Tormaft. I'm trying to remember how you... Yeah, so west, Torm west, Voidwoods, because it heads away from Torm towards the Void. Void east and east. It's a little quirk, but it's one that I think is really fucking cool. Ooh. I don't think I did this one before. Yes. So I did one where we spoke to some Ghost Forest, but this I think is different. While walking near, I'm going to just say Notag's Forest, it's Knothag's Forest. You feel a palpable sense of dread emanating from swaying trees. As your party walks in an uneasy silence, your mind feels foggy. When you come to your senses, you realize not only have you entered the forest without intending to, but you are completely lost. Your troop has traveled the island far and wide, but this place feels completely unfamiliar, and unfamiliar to you, even in the daylight. And so, another whole day is spent trying to get out of the green thicket, to no avail. Okay, so do we take Piglet's lesson, trust your markers, or Old Old's lesson, petition the spirits? And yeah, and Simple Chaos, that rings a bell. Oh, and DJ Coil, I would fucking love to narrate a game. I want to do like narration, ringmaster, or, you know, if someone's already doing very, very well, Great Big Villain. What was I talking about? Old Oli and a goodie. Alright, we'll talk to the spirits. Your stage steward spent more time in the wilds than he did in the troop when he was on the roads. In time, you grew to believe that in his younger years, he was a clawed trapper, and that's why he was good at disappearing every morning and returning with fresh meat. Dangerous, foreign meat. For your cook piglet to cautiously examine, soaking cloud waters and spices, and prepare for the troop. You don't recall a single instance where he'd be late with his prey or got lost. And he always said it was down to the spirits. Remember his wisdom. Oh, what's your villain origin story or your plan for world domination? Villain origin story's got to be something Handsome Jack-esque. deluded self-belief in being the hero when in fact the villain. World domination. Magic sword. I'm going for a magic sword. Which seems less useful in this day and age, but, you know, magic sword. You find a nice big piece of tree bark, and on it, you write with a small twig your petition to the forest spirits. You leave your message on a tree stump, and then turn all your clothes inside out. Bend down and begin staring at the baleful forest from between your own legs. Soon the images begin to spin little by little. Instead of getting dizzy, suddenly you gain a strong sense of clarity towards your certain opening in the dreadful. You feel the forest itself showing you the way. Feeling incredibly confident, you march forward in the direction you intuned. Your party is overjoyed when, finally, the trees give way to reveal the evening sun rolling over the grasslands. Before you leave the clearing, you notice the winds rustling in the leaves for a certain tree, and upon inspection, you find a skeleton clutching a fistful of coins. Bonio, shout out. Okay. Yeah, now this is all Notag's Forest. Now the hook here is that we will be encountering spirits. Spirits can be affected by magic, but not weapons, unless you slather them in anti-magic marmalade, anti-ghost marmalade. Oh, and just in case you were wondering, being a lovely Hellplace game, yes, we do have a mushroom forest. You know, they're not completely crazy. Okay. Okay. How do I just speak these forests? Okay, thank you. I'll be on my way. Okay. Sorry, apologies for skipping through this gentleman's conversation. While not boring dialogue per se, I want to see if we can get through this forest. Because the thing is that I was putting together the video for this, and I was already hitting like the 2-hour mark as I was getting through to this point. And, you know, I didn't want to create a video so unwieldy that people wouldn't want to watch it. Especially when I was being paid by DreadX to show off why people should play this game. You know, I didn't want to hand in a video where the last hour is just me drooling softly out of one side of my mouth, like... Or I don't know, maybe that would count as a glowing endorsement. So Dustin, we managed to clear the Torment Hexus. We managed to clear the Torment Hexus demo pretty much in one, which I'm very proud of. And now we are on the Entropy demo, and what's fascinating is because we chose a different character and a different class, the characters in our party have changed. Not just the random mercenaries, but the core parts. Excuse me. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Leave you all to make friends with the team. Just give me 2 seconds. No, and Aeon, I wholeheartedly agree. There's so much to this. And what was so funny is when I was talking with the DreadX folks, they were like, nah, there's not actually that much gameplay to this. Lying bastards, there's tons of gameplay to this demo. Oh, and to Calibiro Dorian, check this out. Okay, I'll have to show you once we've cleared this fight. slash snail cutter. Because you can change the amount of dithering and visual effects to suit your tastes, which I really appreciate. Lamentably, though, we do not appear to have found a salted blade. Ah, piss. So, like, you can... I turned off the CRT effect, and I reduced the crunchiness of the dithering just from... because I think it works better on stream. KO. Snail Slayer. Snail used harden. It's annoyingly effective. What's the dust in again? So this is entropy, and I mistakenly likened it to like Final Fantasy Tactics and things like that, but it's more like a strange warband experience. You play a thespian actor who survives a demon attack and leads a band of survivors and mercenaries through the land. God darn it, Snail will not die. And the snail had last chance. Okay. Level up our little squad. It was more, so Calibera, it was more just because I find it really fascinating how much info you can now get. Sorry, how much you can now tweak. So I've got VSync right up, but we can have the CRT filter, which works very well if you turn up the crunchiness on the dithering. But you can then have something that's more polarized, really giving it that, like, you know, PS1 game with the gamma turned all the way up. Sorry, the contrast turned all the way up. Or, oh, and you get to choose what hand you have for your cursor, which I think is very funny. But you can also go for, wait, you can go for a straight up black and white style. Now, whether or not this is optimal or even playable, I don't know, but I just think that's fucking cool. I'm a sucker for little details like that. Now, I'm keeping it mellow with the CRT filter off because I think this works best for stream. But you're allowed to do whatever you wanna. And the thing about this is that I can compare it to a lot of other titles, but it's very much a flavor unto itself, right? It's not Final Fantasy Tactics, it's not Darkest Dungeon, it's not Fear and Hunger. Oh, sorry. Almost forgot to level up my people. You know, people, like, I have been struggling to find a way to compare it. Oh, because of his, yeah. Anyway. bits as you are. It said it opened a little pathway somewhere, but nothing we have seen. Interesting. A crumbling statue of a young woman clothed in local regalia of the one who tends the soul gardens. You spot an engraving. Give through Enoch, the humblest of Nothag's servants, unjustly condemned to her dark death. Her sacrifice will not go unpunished. Okay. I'm sure that's fine. Oh, but goodies. It also, with some of the transitions and the way you move around the environment, has also reminded me a lot of Final Fantasy VIII for some weird reason. I think it's the culmination of fixed, like, camera and free roaming camera. Alright, it's time for a round of whose ghost is it anyway? So we can hit him with magic, but our melee squad will need to use special items like the Soul Moss. One-eyed Zeke here will be able to now slash this bloke. And we'll just try and ghost slap. There we go. Guess we didn't need the moss after all. Okay, ah yes, and this leads us up to here, which I didn't get last time. A leaf and anchor. Oh yes, basically the anchors that you give to your mages is what controls a lot of the spells they have access to. So. Okay. Yeah, so everything from here is new. So if we can make it through this, we'll be into new content territory. But yeah, sorry, before I got distracted by beverages and nightmare snails, I hope you all had a good weekend. Get a stab on this guy. Ah, worth a shot. Big slash. Ugh. Oh. We snail killing. And Dice, what time? Welcome. How goes it? They poisoned my wizard. I'm not entirely sure what the big snail was trying to do there. Oh, well, Dice, how was work? Hope you're doing good. We're on demo 2 of our, I guess, Longship showcase of our games by the homies. And I'm just trying to murder these horrifying snails as quick as possible, so we can get to the new stuff. Ah. Last chance don't work, we're getting poisoned by good wizards. Okay. Which way did we come from? Ah, here we go. Hopefully this gets the door open. But yeah. Sorry to was so oh wait, cool. Dice got in some Pokemon cards from work. Anything good? I have not picked up anything of great note or renown, but I did get paid for my labours. So once I'm done paying every bill, I found a really good list of interesting non-standard fiction books. So I'm picking a couple from that as my next one, because I haven't had anyone to talk to about There Is No Anti-Memetics Division, which I finished, which was phenomenal. What do you mean locked? I unlocked it. I do wonder if this is the particular genre of metal known as sludge. Good snail. Yeah. Hope you enjoy being covered in poison. Ah. Jurislav effect up again. That's what we like to see. Because sometimes I do worry that, especially when it comes to literature, because I'm not very well read. Oh, way to miss that 95% chance there, mate. The few books that I do read, I get very, very into. And aside from rereading Dungeon Crawler Carl once again, see, there's nothing about the snail. Let's see if we can just stab it in the head. Nope. And hopefully Yaroslav can not blow his other arm off. Sorry, to those who just joined us, our wizard miscasted so hard that he blew his left arm off. Okay. Huh. An Engivoker. Watto and welcome. Coming in, coming in. Do you all need a primer on entropy, the game, not the concept? We're doing our Steam Next Fest showcase of homies. And I got to have hands-on with this demo before Next Fest, and I played like 2 hours of it. It was feckin' great. Raid after raid. What is going on? Yeah, to the Bumble Blitz. Thank you kindly for the raid as well. Caffeine, what and welcome. What is happening? That is 3 raids. Yeah, Tank Hamster, what and welcome. Coming in. Zara Shane, what and welcome. To what do we owe this, like, omni assault of raidery? Or is this somehow pure coincidence? Bumble Blitz, what and welcome. Yeah, we need actual raid defense. We haven't needed real defense in a while. My God. Okay, so to all of you that just brought in raids, what were you playing? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Over here, we're doing a collection of games from Steam Next Fest that are made by friends. We did the Torment Hexus earlier. Now we're doing Entropy, and we've got a whole bunch. What? So Zara saying, I have a pretty stacked lineup for today. It is unlikely, and also we're focusing on titles that like our friends have worked on. So like after this, we're going to be doing Truck Coon is supporting me in another world. Okay, and whoever that was, thank you. An anonymous gifter. You managed to hit Chroma Capybara, Professor Obsidian, Valaby, Bronx, and Marshall Raya. So Zara Shane, we've been very lucky enough to know Zalavir for, well, and the Strange Scaffold Squad for some time. So I am also looking forward to supporting Truck Coon. Mainly because after the heartbreaking news of New Crazy Taxi being AI slop. But what was the title that you wanted to talk about? I'm not so pompous as to think that only I know best. But what brings you all by this way? I've had double raids before. There was a mythical triple raid once, but 4? Oh, you can bring a man to slaughter, but you can't make him drink? Thank you for the follow. Oh, and the events tab has not been updating. Oh, good. Sorry about that. Zara saying thank you for the follow as well. There we go. To Bumble Blitz, I am. I grew up in the UK. I moved over to Seattle like 9 years ago. And I stream out of, well, Seattle. Which, as it turns out, is not a place they just made up to sell umbrellas. Oh, well. Tank Hamster, heckin' yo. Oh, on the subject of tanks, I hope you all saw that the Mouthwashing team's next game is going to be a co-op horror tank game. Ah, yes. Sorry, that's what I was looking for. Sensory overload. Fascinating. Essentially a mix of and a few others. Quite cool. That verdant, that's because that's all part of the industry around it, you know. Okay. I thought we opened that. Did we open the wrong one? Okay. But yeah, so to all of you that brought raids in and came on in, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. I should probably introduce myself. I'm Will. I worked in the video games industry for 1,000 years, and now I stream for a living. If you've ever wanted to know anything about the games industry, I'm happy to talk about it. As I'm sure you're very well aware, it's Steam Next Fest. And we're taking today to show off games our friends have been working on, and tomorrow is going to be kind of our buffet of gems. Zarashane, I cut my teeth in QA, I did community management, and I've done pretty much everything that's not really art or coding. My last full-time role was the communications director. Okay. Spellcasting's a little loud when you're close up. So yeah. I mean, these days... Yes. Sorry, Simple Chaos says I once got called a turnip by the Daily Mail. Sorry, no, I once got called a turnip by a random person online, and I got called US Gamer by the Daily Mail. Okay, yeah. So the company I worked at the longest was the Creative Assembly. I was on the Total War franchise, and it was good. You know, I did a lot of great and silly things while working at CA, and I'm real proud of them. As Legend has pointed out, I might be canon in the Sonic universe. That's my claim to fame. So yeah. Tank Hamster, I am hurt and offended that you think that I'm not aware of Iron Nest. Hurt and offended. The fact that Iron Nest isn't even the only giant weapon game we have coming, because we also have the super long named one, and there's also one called Engine of Sin, where you control a 40k inspired nightmare gothic mech fighting kaiju. Looks so good. I gotta admit, when the dude in the swamp said that the ghosts were going to be hard to fight, I didn't think I'd be wrecking them quite so constantly. Okay. Actually, let's check the party real quick. Everyone's mostly good for... Oh, except for... Don't want our poor wizard to explode his arms off again. Oh, God. Oh yeah, no, Unholy Glee. I'll grab the link to it in a sec, but yeah. The game's called Engine of Sin, and it's going to be, 40k without the copyright infringement. Well, I shouldn't just say 40k. But it definitely has that whole, hyper-gothic setup. Ooh. Thank you, Caffeine. Yeah, that's Engine of Sin. Just very, very quickly, before you all might totter off or otherwise. And if you know this already, please don't think me patronizing. It's just a reminder. But this Steam Next Fest is very important to a lot of devs. It doesn't matter how big or cool you think the games might be, all of them need your help. So, and again, I'm sorry if this sounds patronizing, just please remember, wishlist any games that you want to see. If you've played them, and you can, leave a review on the demo. That one's huge. And anytime you encounter, games you dislike, AI slop, just hit ignore, move on. the more you hit ignore on those games, the more they will be dropped down in Steam's weight. And then the more you wishlist and review other games, the more they will be brought up. And from tomorrow, we'll start seeing the quote-unquote weighted list. And that is going to help possibly propel your indie homies to great success. So, Tank Hamster, it is pretty bad, but I think it's because there's no filter. And that lack of filter is a little frustrating. But on the flip side, Steam's whole, like, you know, undemocratized style does mean that every indie has a chance to be the next big thing. Because if you start pre-weighting the algorithm, I know what happens with that. You get an Apple store where only the people who have money to pay will be successful. You know, from the last Steam Next Fest, Far Far West did crazy good and went on to sell shit tons of copies because it's fun, you know? Okay, well, Unholy Glee, if I play it, does that allow you to watch it at very least? God, I still remember the devs behind this saying, well, there's not much content. So much content. Okay, so we do have some rusty armor. You know what, some rusty armor for him might not hurt. Just in case, you know. Okay, well then, Unholy Glee, at least when the time comes, I'll be able to get stuck into it for you. A spell of hardening. Okay. But yeah, that's it. So to everybody that came in the Super Ultimate Multi-Raid, I hope you're doing fucking splendid. And seriously, like, bringing everybody in is a huge compliment. Oh, why does that guy have meat wings? Is this our big fight? You know what? Let's just quickly heal everybody up, shall we? Just a little bit of healing. I'm sure it's fine, but just in case. Who be you to defile the sacred grove of Shanothag, Chanotag, of Not-Ag? The souls that dwell in her sacred afterlife must not be disturbed. Their penance is long and of great import. You know what, Verdant? I don't think he's just a little guy. Hmm? Okay, I am going to use the Soul Moss on Zeke, because Zeke's cutting skill is rad. And that way we're not just brute forcing that front row. Actually, I'll do the same on Selagar as well. It means we lose a turn, but... The angel tried to cast a spell and fucked it. Good work, dickhead. I assume there's no point trying to sever a... Ah, here we go. There we go. There's no point trying to sever a ghost arm. So yeah, we've got our back row who can focus on the Soul Angel, who is almost dead. Oh god. What the fuck was that? Fucking angel trying to pull my main character's soul out through his bumhole. Alright, anyway, Soul Angel is toast. Yeah. That's how we get it done. Na 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 na, and your nan. Okay. Now, this is all new to me, by the way. I didn't get to play this bit when I did the demo the first time round, so... The shimmering pool of water has an uncanny quality. Beneath the ripples, you do not see your reflection, but a vast city of resplendent towers. Leave the pool alone, step into the water. I'm not leaving the pool alone, are you kidding me? You step into the pool. At first, you feel cold stone beneath your feet, but the floor sags underfoot, suddenly buckle under your weight. You fall through the water into the searing sky. You are not underwater, but tumbling through air. Someday I wish to meet Andrina. When you stop screaming, you notice the towers speeding past you on your descent. They are all floating, some interconnected with walkways, others simply dangling in midair. Dread Delusion, is that you? You plummet in the midst of an impossible flying city with ground rushing up to meet you. The impact should kill you, but instead you crumple into an abyss of pain. You do not know how long you lie there, but the agony is all-consuming. After fading in and out of consciousness, you gain the composure to stand. There is no doubting it. You are in the other world. By the looks of it, some sort of afterlife for the local clades. Your only hope is to petition its soul gardener, whoever they may be. Okay, this is kind of fucking cool. So, this is a literal afterlife for the local area. You find a rusted bell on the cobblestone. Ring the bell, obviously. The bell makes a dull note when you ring it, and emits a faint glow. After that, nothing. At your wit's end, you lie back on the floor, finding not the strength to do aught else. You are starving. How did you know? And your stomach gnaws at you from within. But death never comes. Who knows how long you lie like that? Until a flash of light. You are not in the city, but a resplendent palace chamber. A being of surreal beauty floats before you, all eyes and wings and mouths. You find you cannot look directly at it, for its grandeur is blinding. "Ah, my sweet soul, I apologise," the words sing through your mind. "I tried to grant an audience with all the souls what tend this garden. And there were many who sought my counsel before you. What do you wish to ask me?" You're the soul gardener. You've gone rotten? Ah, such malice. I've not heard in some time. My souls, they used to rage at me with such fury. Now they accept their fate with a grim resignation. I am pleased to see that the passion still blooms within these fields. I seek passage through your forest. Ah, sweet child, do you mean to say? A warm feeling flows through your body. Ah, but you are not of my flock, and your heart beats still. Then I'm sorry, child, but you cannot linger in my paradise. You must return to the waking world and continue your way. When you awake, the doors will be open. Suddenly, you'll find yourself gasping for air in the shallow pool. Your companions rush to your aid, and when you've caught your breath, you ask them how long you were down there. They look puzzled and reply that it's been 5 minutes at most. You gather your things and depart. Okay. Okay. So you dare not gaze into the pool again, coward. Alright. Woohoo! We did it! And there you have it, friends. That is Entropy, or at least the Steam Next Fest demo of. Thank you, player, for taking the stage in the Entropy demo. You played your role beautifully. Oh. No, please stop. I mean, continue and tell me how great I am, but please stop. For more information on the game, check out lovely Hellplace and Dread XP on socials. And there you have it, dear friends. That was Entropy.
No, we love you until match them. Somebody.
And again, just because we have new folks in, the DreadX folks did ask me to make a video about this for Next Fest. So if you actually head over to the Steam page, you could hear me talk about the game that I just played, but in the past, before I played it. Don't worry about it. They didn't sponsor this. They didn't ask me to stream this for Next Fest. This is just because I wanted to finish it. And it's actually a bit good. So, I think we should change pace. I think next up we should do a little bit of something whimsical. Maybe not whimsical, maybe just straight up fucking chaotic. So friends, next we will be jumping into Truck-kun is Supporting Me from Another World, one of Strange Scaffold's upcoming titles, which is it's like an anti-crazy taxi in that we are actively trying to crash the shit out of things in a tiny isekai truck. Okay. I do have to look up how to spell it though. Oh, apologies for the tippity tappity make stuff happy. I'm trying to keep a thread on Blue Sky of all the things that we're getting to. As we're getting to them. Okay. I think this is one of those ones where they don't have a dedicated demo page. Okay. Okay. Yes, thank you, Simple Chaos. Right, let's get title screen loaded. Then I'm going to take a quick little pee break. And then let's do some extreme vehicular violence. Oh, actually, let me get my gamepad in. If you haven't seen this game before, I don't know if there's anything I can do to explain it before we just straight up do it. Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, so friends, grab snacks, time zone appropriate beverages as you need, and then let's go do vehicular crimes in the name of good. Hello, hello. Sorry, I hope that wasn't looping ad infinitum. Alright. I am very much looking forward to unleashing some vehicular chaos. That might be the perfect in-time emote there. I just created myself something with bread in it. Alright. I could try and explain this game to you. I'm just going to show you.
My name is Carissa Ward, and today is the day that it all pays off. The
Beep beep,
sleepless
Mother Hubbard.
nights, the mild extortion, selling off my precious anime collection. The company just released its new org chart, and starting Monday, I'm the Vice President of Marketing.
And nothing could ever go wrong.
I'm gonna get my driver's license. I'm gonna get back my anime collection. Everything's gonna be okay.
Excel Saga says what?
Oh God! Did anyone see who did this? Is she dead? I think she's dead. No! She was so young and smart and conventionally attractive.
Oh, here we go.
No!
Hey, dork! Your magic car sent me into an isekai. We can talk about what you did later, but for now, I need you to drive.
I just want to point out that while the delivery method is different, this and Life Eater have the same premise. We have to kill to help out a being that only we can see. Okay, listen up, driver. You made this mess, and now Clarissa needs you to start digging a way out of it. Okay, drive, reverse. Alright. Time to die! I'm a criminal. My life is over. Drama queen. The cops in the city? You got an easy 10 minutes before they deploy murder drones, especially if you're in a low-income area. Yo, if you don't know strange scaffold games, you might not know, but they hold no punches. And usually the cuter it is, the more it's going to hit like a brick. The cops have murder drones? Oh, yeah, I mean for the last few years now. Anyway, doesn't matter if the cops stuck machine guns to a birthday toy. What matters is you bring me back to life in time for work on Monday. First thing I'm going to need is shaking things up here is a bunch of XP. Okay. Hit people with the truck, send them through. Isn't that murder? As I said, you've got 10 minutes, buddy.
Welcome to the TrekCon tutorial, aka Carissa explains it all.
You know what, Dustin? I was thinking it. I was hoping you'd get to it. Thank you for the bits, mate. Oh, and Simple Chaos with the Will's confused-faced celebration moment. Alright, take a little drive, find a pedestrian. Oh god, right now I've hit someone on purpose. It'll be fine. Now hit some more. Give me a whole stack of enemies. Okay. It's a waste of time for us to fight just one enemy. Send our whole mess over. I'm gonna drift. That's it. Now Carissa has a stack of enemies to fight. This is where you can watch as Carissa fights through Tannenfold, smashing objects in the Ven Veil powers up their ultimate attack. You generate star shards by defeating enemies. 5 shards grants you an additional star. Okay, and that's it. Now that's Isekai. Now that you've assembled your group of enemies, it's time to smash stuff and send more power. Oh, and you can honk to help them. Yeah, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Time to do murder. I mean... Oh, come on. Oh, apparently I have a boost. You better run! That man died. Oh, drifting is the theme. Alright. It restarted. Now this is Crazy Taxi.
Man, GTA 6 looks rad as hell.
GTA 6 wishes it could be this much fun. That's cool. My truck couldn't do any of this stuff before today. You're welcome. Why is that thing glowing purple? Why can I see that? Oh, we're in it now. You've got magic sight, baby. If something has a purple force field, you can smash through it with enough oomph. Ooh. Sick drift. Let's fucking go! Oh, look at the truck's little happy smiling face. Bless it. This vehicle has killed, and will kill again. Buster Yui. Saw something. Those Girl Scouts aren't alive anymore. Surprise, motherfuckers. This, as a boy, today sure has been a day and I need to wreak vengeance on the innocent, might be the perfect thing. Alright, sorry. Carissa's running out of people to murder. Time extension. Right. Oh, he came back to life. Better hit him again. Silly humans. Just need a little bit of the old yeah. But, you know. Look, I'm just saying. Alright. Come on. Okay, now you won't be able to keep any stars from this outing, this tutorial, but remember, you've got 20 seconds to explore the city and get your bearings. Have fun! A fucking wee! Oh, bless him. That person is super dead. Time's up, Trocoon. Okay, that wasn't so bad, right? My name's Carissa. What happened to me is called an isekai. Right, listen up, kids. I'm going to explain isekai. Your magical truck sent me to Tannenfold, a world that runs on anime logic, where I became hot elf babe with giant muscles. But how? Why? We've got a truck-coon situation on our hands. Those are just the rules. Now, even though what's happened is pretty cool, I'm still very mad at you. Oh god. And you can help me fix this. Time moves faster here. When we aren't talking, I've been chatting with some NPCs, and apparently this guy called the Skeleton King has a scroll of resurrection. Drive fast, do what I say in that magic car, and I'm coming home. You in? I guess I could try. Hell yeah. Okay, now for a proper outing. None of this tutorial bollocks. Okay, Galactic Gate, Star Milestones, Delightful Misfits, Save the Day, the Power of Friendship. Nah, I don't have time for that. So, we're gonna cheat. By clearing the Star Milestones another way. Yep. Me and you working together makes almost anything heroic if you're technical about it. I'm gonna generate stars across two worlds, and then crack open the Galactic Gate by force. This is what happens when you let the min-maxers out. I have a small delivery business. Whatever we're doing, I need to make sure I'm still taking care of my customers, yeah? I'll just make sure it looks heroic enough to fool the universe. As long as it generates stars, I don't care what you do. Jump off a building, swipe a cop off the road, shake your ass for 12 hours straight. That's how you lose your ass. We've got a job to do. Ready, set. Okay, just let me murder stuff now. Oh. That was a child. The objectives will make your heat rise. You generate enough heat to get the cops be noticed. Nutty the fuck? You're not my dad! Oh, boom! Hey, hey, ho, ho, these po-po have got to go. Man, you sideswipe one fucking children's tea party and suddenly you're like enemy number one or some shit. I don't know, is it still a superhero landing if you wipe out an entire family of 4? It's time to play some crazy vehicular manslaughter. Are you ready? Here we go!
Oh, okay. Let's try that again with feeling, shall we? Okay, hang on. Ah, I think that was the infamous I am your sheep sign. Run! I am beyond your petty morality. Meanwhile, on the beach. Sunbathing is bad for you. Ooh. Okay, kind of overshot that a little. 30 seconds of time left. Get the fuck! Time's up, Truck King. See, you keep plugging away these star milestones and we'll get the Skeleton King in no time. Actually, that's a good point, J-Post. Am I isekaiing them as well? Am I sending cops to another universe? Sorry, just Clarissa's. I have made it my life's purpose to consume an unhealthy amount of anime. They say that art holds a mirror up to the world. And if you have ever doubted that video games are art, may I present the final full stop. Once you know the patterns, it's pretty easy to figure out what comes next. Maybe I should start watching anime. Well, you don't have time right now because you killed me. This is just one guy's delusional subconscious. Okay, so we finished an outing. Ooh. I really don't feel comfortable doing more of these milestones before I know what happens to the people we're hitting. I could have blood on my hands. You probably don't. Why worry about it? Well, you know what they say, Marshall Ray. You hit one person with a truck, that's vehicular manslaughter. You hit every person with a truck, that's an isekai. Why? Because I could be killing people! These things are a big circle. You isekai me with a truck, I isekai them again with a sword, everyone's probably going to end up okay. What's important is that you keep your eye on the job. I'm the manager, you're the intern. Get it done. Now, I will admit, when I play this myself off the stream, I plan on doing, I will be playing it with Ixnay the Hombre last. Fucking wee! Oh, okay. Okay, so down here it's all slimes. If we head up towards the fancy area, that's where we get the skellies and otherwise just really just crushing some poor fools. Everyone's in a hurry to get to the afterlife. God, this is not a game for turning around. Dude. You know what, Nova, and also Watto, and welcome. I'm looking forward to seeing this with like a live band, like the Crazy Taxi cover band. It is unfortunately a very difficult game to watch and try and do anything else like converse at the same time. Okay. What happens to everyone else when you defeat the Skeleton King? Everyone else? The other people, the ones I've been hitting with my truck. When you use the Scroll of Resurrection, they come back too, right? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know. The scroll probably brings everyone back. Maybe. Focus on bringing the first person you hit with the car. Okay, so you got news? I do. You can set your pretty working class head at ease. The Scroll of Resurrection is like a big ejector seat. When it's used, it sends everyone back. That's wonderful to hear. You just believe me? Just like that? I can be lying. I trusted you enough to start driving into pedestrians at high speed. Be a hell of a time to stop. Wait, what happened? Okay. Darn it. I'm so ready to do crime there. I've been crime denied. We've been to the docks. Time extension. Running a little low on victims, I mean mobs. No! Truck stuck. No. That's not my best work. But I think I've done enough vehicular destruction to prove my case. Okay. so far I've hit the milestone of generate 10 star shards, complete 2 deliveries, and the next one would be get 100 stars, which is not impossible. I'm in two minds as to how much we should dedicate to this, because I can't converse with you all while I'm careening around at Mark Truck. So I tell you what, I'm gonna do myself one more drive around. But like, I mean, I kind of don't mean it to be obnoxious saying this. Like a lot of the demos in Steam Next Fest, this is one you just got to play for yourself. You know, with Entropy, I could kind of show you it, and if like that like warband turn-based style wasn't your jam, that's understandable. But with this. Yeah, whoa. And the thing is, Legend, I didn't do shit. I just told you the name of the game. A lot of these little skipping happy little people are giving me that I'm a gummy bear. Yeah, we got to hit the beach area. We need a large number of people in a small space. The bone crunching sound as well. I think I ruined brunch. So what's the pitch for this game? Well, you know how in Crazy Taxi you have to not crash into everything. But what if the opposite were true? Like, I'm on level with you, friends. I don't think our hero Clarissa might be the most morally sound individual. Sitting in the cops. Not gonna get tired of the high-speed yotage. Full max Yeetus defeaters. Oh, actually I put this on a pack and then I immediately fuck up. I'm gonna be honest with you, that sun is looking both menacing and suspect. I'm not just saying it because it's the sun. Yeah, never trusted the sun. A really great little thing, the sun is the closest thing that we have to a real eldritch horror. And, you know, I feel that in my ginger soul. This just in, Ginger doesn't trust the sun. Okay, so friends, that was Truck Goon is supporting me from another world. Wait. I guess the only things to know if you haven't encountered strange scaffold games before is that it will be very funny. It will probably have some underlying meaning that hits you like a truck. And that it is best played on a sugar high of some description. Zeke, Watto, and welcome. We had a mercenary Zeke earlier. Missing an eye. Really good with a two-handed sword. Okay. But you know, this isn't something I can really talk through. It's Crazy Taxi, but funner. The little RPG scroll on the bottom is probably better for you lot, but I wasn't focusing on it at all. And once you get the rhythm of it going, you get to yeet cops basically into the stratosphere, Animu style. Like, let's go. But again, I do stand by the theory that this is just the same plot as Life Eater, but with someone with far more delusion. Life Eater is another strange scaffold game about stalking and sacrificing people to an unknown god, lest that god destroy the world. It's a lot. That game is brilliant, but it is a lot. Oh, damn it. DJ Coil, you've got a post. I can't take credit for ludonarrative driftsonance. That's too good. Okay. But yeah. We got a lot of games to get to and a lot of things to cover. And I don't know if I only did 7% of the demo or if I did 7% of the game. Oh, you're gonna... Can I... Okay, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna quote you, and that's gonna be my review of Truck Goon. So, okay, so from... so from violent high-speed chaos to real horror, which is renting. So next up, friends, we are going to have a little pop around on the Steam Next Fest demo for Janet de Monet is a slumlord and a witch. Now, if you missed my pitch earlier, if you came in with a raid, you might not know, but we covered the previous game that these team made, Queer Man Peering into a Rockpool.jpg, which was actually one of the sweetest reimaginings of Evangelion I've ever seen. And I was extremely honored to have the stream that we did of that game was actually included in an art exhibition in Australia, which was really fucking cool. Sorry, let me put some smooth jams on whilst I'm getting everything ready. It's that thing of it's not letting me go to the Truck Goon store page or the demo page, just the page. Okay. Hopefully I'll be able to leave a little review on that one. And Nova, thank you kindly. Right. Bear with me just a second, friends, while I update the thread. I've been keeping a thread up to date over on Blue Sky, and hopefully it'll make my life easier when it comes time to post about everyone's video games. Hookshot, what and welcome. Hello, hello. Okay. 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 Right. To give you the pitch for this one as we're rolling in. Oh. Oh. Sorry, friends, bear with me a second. We are having technical problems. Let me just fix this. I'm going to crawl under the desk. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry about that. The tunes had the audacity to stop. Rig had the audacity to throw problems at me. Shenanigans. Absolute shenanigans. And I'm looking forward to showing you this one. So yeah. The absolute gall of reality to get in the way. Am I right? Okay. So, everybody, Watto and welcome. We return. Now, I'm going to get this just started, and then I'll give you all a quick, cheeky little primer, but... Actually, no, I can do it while I'm doing it. I have the power of Grayskull. So the next game we're going to jump into in this Steam Next Fest is Janet Monet as a slumlord and a witch. Now, the thing that's fascinating about this is that it's a concept that lots of games have been scratching at, but very few, I think, have gone hard, which is Power Wash Simulator or any of the kind of cleaning style titles. But... oh, hell yeah, hang on. I forgot to tag Fuzzy Ghost. I'm a terrible friend. Hang on, let me get the settings in. VSync on. Okay, full screen. 1920 by 1080. There we go. Right. Now let's try that again, because I did want to show you all the little message that popped up at the beginning. Now, I don't want to attempt to pronounce those, because a British man mispronouncing Maori tribe locations is the most British thing I could do. But one of the things that we saw during the Frosty Games setup was how good they were over, you know, proper representation of the region in which everything is being made, which is fucking cool. So Janet Monet is a slumlord and a witch. It's the follow-up to Queer Man Peering into a Rockpool.jpg, which sounds like a fucking meme game. And if you look at the page for it, you'd be like, oh, isn't it funny? It's a, you know, it's a queer bloke on his weird little pastel island. And it ended up being beautiful. I believe I described it as Evangelion if they all got therapy. You know, it is about the end of the world, is about what matters to us, and that, you know, even in the face of Armageddon, beautiful memories are infinitely more powerful. Now, this is an interesting follow-up. You are renting a shitey flat from this Janet de Monet, sorry, I keep saying it wrong. And you will have to clean up black mold and fix up the apartment and deal with her increasingly bizarre requests. Except for, it's spooky black mold, and there are spooky elements. Now, whether there are spooky elements in this title, I don't know. We'll find out together. But I don't know. I've started to take umbrage with a lot of the horror games that are set in gigantic Edwardian mansions, because, yo, I don't know when the last time you went to a mansion was, but a horror game based on renting a shit apartment. Quick show of hands, who has rented a shitty apartment or a shitty room in a shitty apartment at some point? I'm just going to assume everybody's putting their hand up. You know, I still remember checking out one place where instead of dealing with the black mold, they'd blue tacked cling film over the black mold in the bathroom. I'm not even joking. You know, I've done painted windows, I've done broken and splintered floors.
Honestly, I think if we all started telling stories of real things we've experienced in real apartments that we've rented, that would be true horror. Suffocate the mold is the only way. Spider flat. Well, the thing was, Spider Basement that I stayed in was lovely. The people who were renting it were lovely. Although the individual who I believe owned the place didn't inform me that they were about to go through major surgery, and I feel a little bit bad. But like, I had my own ensuite. I had a nice spacious room. It was gorgeous and cool during the summer. It just happened to be riddled with spiders. And gave me a spider memory that will haunt me long after I leave this realm. I didn't want to tell you, because those of you that have arachnophobia, you know, you don't need that juju in your life. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Oh God. The real horror was unshaven legs. I'm just kidding, you do you. March 12th. Positive thoughts. Moving these boxes doesn't suck. It's great for my squats and arms. Pump! Yet another way to avoid running into those stupid housemates. Negatives, nothing. Now the other thing I would say is that there are some individuals that use a particular art style because it is the peak of what they can do. And there are some dev teams that use an art style because they know how to make it work. You know, what is it? DJ at Club Low or whatever. That whole squad. When prompted, press RB to enter and leave first person. Okay. March 12th. Positive. This house has so much to give. You just have to pay attention. Negatives. None. Is that his face? What the fuck? Oh, good. Oh, good. Crawling through the meat tunnels. But yeah, it's just... This particular art style is something that they, as a team, have worked out how to use very, very well. Oh! That was fine until he disappeared. Now, as for how spoopy this will be, or how just out and out weird, we'll all find out together. There was a tree growing out the attic through the roof. What the fuck? Nova says their partner went rental shopping because they could smell the black mold, and that's an issue. Yup. I remember one place where I tried to tell them that the walls were sweating, and they wouldn't believe me. They wouldn't believe me. So I sent him a video of the wall, the moisture, and then me like wiping it up with a towel and showing him. Huh. March 14th. Positive. Lots of time spent outdoors. Proximity to complex magic systems. Negative. Have to stare at my stupid housemate's eyes. Body becoming rubbery and translucent. I don't think that's good. This is what I meant when I said, like, don't underestimate this game and its style, because look at this shot right here. You can buff that out. Fucking hell. You know. Oh, what was the one that Game Grumps published? The horror one about friendship. Homebody, that was it. That was another one where at first you're like, man, this art style is kind of simple, especially from the folks that made, you know, Dream Daddy. And then by the end of it, you're like, oh, I am disturbed on several levels. Some objects are powered by attention. Look for the opening eyes cursor. Oh, fucking hell. papier-mâché statue. Okay. Oh. Oh. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's just a game about ponies. It's just a game about ponies. So caffeine, I actually got a little bit well actually on a thread, predominantly because the game unfortunately used AI where it would have been interesting, but it was an SCP game that I stumbled upon, and I had to point out two things. One, in the world of the SCP, they're just referred to as the organization. And two, the Weeping Angels style little buddy is no longer, the old version of it is no longer considered fair use. Apparently, without anyone's knowledge, the original little buddy was copied from a sculpture by a Japanese artist, and he very politely pointed out, like, hey, that's mine. And so if you actually go on the SCP wiki, the creature has been updated. So whilst... Oh. Huh. Huh. Ah. Do you see it, friends? So we have to arrange the statues. Where's the light? Yeah, we have to arrange the statues so they match. The configuration. Getting me to do puzzles. Yeah, no, they're in the wrong order. God darn it. Okay, that looks like one, at least with the hands, which would put you in the front. Okay, haunting, but I think we're onto a winner here, which puts the last statue at the back. Okay. Oh yeah, no, Jamami, I like the redesign, and yeah, the OG Japanese artist wasn't an arse about it. It's just the whole thing with the SCP is that it's... Oh, wait, hang on. Something's wrong. The whole thing I like about the SCP is that it was a group creative project and loads of people coming from it. Oh, Touched by the dazzles. Touched by the dizzles. Tales, Spells, and Business Advice by daytime television's premier lifestyle witch, Jeanette Desmonet. Interview in Crafting Power magazine, 1996. CPM. You've always been gifted. You've always been a gifted paper machinier, isn't that right? J, assuming Jeanette Monet. Well, what can I say? These fingers contain magic. Some of our readers may not be familiar with how magical papier-mâché differs from regular kind. Could you fill them in? Well, it's very similar. You dip and dip your pre-torn paper strips. To build the layers? Well, that's right, Lucy. Lucy's got a deep voice. Leave it to dry. But not before you prep armature, I'm sure. Oh, no armature. My papier-mâché uses the real thing, preferably weakened by stress and anxiety. That's so very interesting, Janet. Now, what kind of varnish do you use to finish? Oh, that's a trade secret, I'm afraid. Oh, you! I'm going to do the voices that ensure that I am never asked to do voice acting again. Alright. So I'm missing something here. But let's check the... Okay. Tear strips, dip strips, varnish, prep armature. Okay, so we know that first, there's no armature. Tear strips, dip strips. Thanks, I hate it. Okay. Wait, what's that one at the bottom? Oh, no. There's no prepping of armature. Oh. Dry first, then varnish. Oh, good. It's full of DVDs and heads. Oh, good. How are the heads? Stuffy. Oh, so Air Dragon actually does keep all of their spare severed heads with their DVDs, so it all makes sense. God. And we got it right. Look, I know it's not a huge deal, but I will say that the fact that we live in an age of modern engines where you can just do this, where that is literally just a video or an image being projected inside the engine, will never stop being huge to me.
Ah, yes. Welcome to the camera tests. Follow my instructions, and perhaps you can stay, alright? Push the large red button to begin.
Oh. That would be the glowing red button.
Wide shot, camera 1. Front on, camera 2. Close of product, camera 3. No. Get out of the shot. Press the button, we're going again.
God damn it.
Wide shot, camera 1.
Okay, everybody, places, quiet on set. Alright, we're going for the close-up now.
Close of product, camera 3. Over the shoulder, camera 4.
Oh, we've got to go.
Cut.
Fuck.
No good. Push the button. Try again.
I had to go round the back of one so we weren't in shot.
Wide shot. Camera 1. Cut. No.
Ah.
No. Good. Push the button.
God damn it, Janet.
Wide shot. Camera 1. Front on. Camera 2.
So, Hookshot, you're still chilling in Illin, right? Is there anything you can tell us about...
Cut. No good. Push the button. Try again.
Is there anything you can tell us about Janet's
Wide
accent?
shot. Camera 1. Front on. Camera 2. Close of product. Camera 3. Over the shoulder. Camera 4. Cut. No. No. Good. Push the button. Try again.
God damn it, Janet. Like you want an impossible task. Oh! If you try and walk out one side of the set, she loops you back.
Wide shot. Camera 1. Front on. Camera 2. Close of product. Camera 3. Over the shoulder. Camera 4. Adequate. Let's move on. Silence on set. Let's shoot some product.
Let's just do it.
Hands off while filming.
God, Janet. Oh.
Front on. Camera 2.
Trapped in an infinite infomercial
Over
filming.
the shoulder.
Oh, no, we've got to go this way.
Cut. No good. Push the button. Try again.
It's teaching us to hate Janet.
Front on. Camera 2. Over the shoulder.
Akari, what happened?
Cut to the front. Cut. No.
That was the front.
Good. Push the button. Try again.
Damn it, Janet. See, Akari, are you okay?
Front on. Camera 2.
Right, that's front.
Over the shoulder.
That's camera 4.
Cut. No good. Push the button. Try again. Front on. Camera 2. Over the shoulder. Cut to the front.
Okay.
Going close.
That's the 3.
Go to a wide.
That's number 1.
Over the shoulder.
That's 4. Gotta be careful with the wide shot.
Going close.
That's 3.
Yes, that'll work. More light. Get out of my light. Unbelievable. Push the button. Try again.
Janet's being an arse. So Hookshot said that accent sounds more central, doesn't have an East Coast Aussiness to it. Edwin's like, man, that is the fakest Australian accent I've ever heard. What American is doing that? Edwin, how are you doing? Oh, turns out you can't run the portal AC unit and the rice cooker at the same time. Yeah, rice cookers are power hogs. Rice cookers, microwaves, the whole shebang. Thankfully, we've got everything spread out around here, and the AC is part of the apartment, so it's better. But like, back in some of the previous spots, we had to make sure that when the AC was on, there was like a specific set of things we couldn't do, otherwise we'd blow the whole bloody house. Nova says hi. Okay, push the button.
Go to a wide. Cut. No. No good. Push the button. Try again.
So Edwin, we're currently in the discovery phase of Steam Next Fest. So from tomorrow, Steam Next Fest is going to be great. But yeah, there's been a lot of AI riddled stuff. Just remember, hit ignore, move on. Obviously, the Spry Fox thing has been a sad one. They got rumbled putting AI stuff in their game, even though they absolutely said they didn't. And there's no disclaimer on it, so... Okay. So we've got extra light.
Go to a wide.
Janet wants the wide.
Cut to the front.
Camera 2.
Over the shoulder.
Camera 3. Camera 4.
Going close.
How do we get past this?
Get out of my light. Unbelievable. Push the button, try again.
How are we supposed to get past
Get
this?
out of my light. Unbelievable.
I
Push
cannot
the
wait to
button,
do
try
real
again.
demonstrable harm to Janet. But yeah, so today we are doing our Longship Support the Homies showcase. So far today we have done the Torment Hexus, Entropy, Truck Coon is supporting me from another world, and now we are on Janet Demonet is a slumlord and a witch. And in our showcase this evening we still have a Return to Brigador Killers, which they've added a lot since last we played it on stream. And then last but by no means least, Penguin Colony, which does mean we have 2 ANZ games in the lineup. Just saying. Penguin Colony is a spooky penguin game made by the same individual that did, well, I should say same team that did Morangi Generation.
Go to a wide. Cut to the front. Over the shoulder. Going close.
Oh, it won't let me run behind.
Cut, cut. No good. Push the button. Try again. Go to a wide. Cut, 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 cut. No.
Oh,
No
got the
good.
wrong camera.
Push the button. Try again.
But yeah, here's my bizarre bit of Aussie family history. So my grandpa was sent over to Australia to help with BBC Australia, and is unfortunately responsible for Skippy the bush kangaroo, which has thankfully been forgotten by popular culture and time. But that was where my Aunt Lil got her start. We're not close. Oh no! Edwin hookshot, then I must apologize for my family legacy. So friends, you'll remember, what was it, the fucking dog. Oh my god, how have I forgotten the fucking dog? Little Timmy strapped down a well? Lassie. Man. I try and forget a lot of things throughout my life, and yet I don't get to control which other parts go with. So Lassie spawned a whole bunch of weird fucking child plus animal shows throughout the years. Mr. Ed, Gentle Ben, which I still remember thinking it's wild that an American child gets a whole ass fucking car. Turns out not normal. There was one with a dolphin, if I remember rightly. But one of the other ones was Skippy the bush kangaroo, which is a little girl and a fucking kangaroo. Which is where a lot of tourists not learning that kangaroos will beat the fuck out of you comes from. Aside from being incredibly cheesy, it was almost famous for using the Thunderbird-style hand puppets. Flipper was the dolphin one. There we go. It's just watched Nope for the first time recently, and yeah. If you know, you know. Anyway,
Yeah, so that's my unfortunate family legacy.
Go to a wide. Cut to the front. Over the shoulder. Going close. Cut. Cut. No good.
Okay, so
Push the
Edwin,
button.
what am I
Try
missing? Oh, we have to use the looping environment. Sorry, I'm being a stupid. All right, I got it.
Go to a wide. Cut to the front. Over the shoulder. Going close. Go to a wide. Going close.
She's doing this on purpose.
Cut to the front. That'll do. Leave now.
Brought in for us today, Janet. I can't wait for people to see what you brought us today.
Well, I can tell you right now, it's one of my favorite designs.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I have to say you've really, really excelled this time, Janet.
Thank you so much. Okay, now, the divine mist.
The divine mist, isn't that glorious? What a love. And what does the divine mist do? What's it bring?
This is amazing.
Mist allows you to sniff the beyond.
Oh, well, we all need that from time to time, don't we? And look, the thing I love about it, though, Janet, is it's so easy to use.
When was the last time you all sniffed the beyond?
Right. Now, Beryl, can I tell you something?
Oh, please, Janet, yes.
It'll open up a certain gateway you won't know where you'll end up.
Oh, well, isn't that wonderful? Because I always find when I'm at home, just passing the time, I always like something different to occur. And this can open that up, can't it?
When I'm always doing something, I wish something different was happening.
I call it the cosmic wild card.
Oh, well, that sounds very exciting. It comes in a range of colours.
Mainly fuchsia, different versions of fuchsia.
Well, that's all the rage at the moment.
This is so good.
Won't it? Now, the thing I like about it, apart from opening up a whole heap of options and gateways, is that it's very transportable, isn't it?
It is. Now, you know, I love a toggle.
Oh, and you know what? The best thing about this, you've included 3 different toggles, and I
3
find
toggles.
like honestly, the adaptability of it, you can adapt it for any situation.
That's right. I love toggles in all shapes and sizes, and I know you love a couple of knobs.
That's so weird. She said, I know you love a couple of knobs, and then it can't. It's so weird. Oh, this is so good. Well, and see, that's why I was asking about Janet's accent, because it really felt like it was... it feels like she is an emulation of someone. All right, let's see what we've got. Full moon, half moon, total eclipse. Okay, let's go moon, moon, moon. Oh, I do love a good toggle.
Nope. Nope.
Okay. Oh, it's in the fucking... Okay, so it's triangle, circle, and then the knob bit northwest. There's nothing like a northwest knob. There we go. You ever been so high in your room that you imagined meaty Australian infomercials? Because welcome to Janet Delamonet is a witch and a slumlord. Wait, no, hang on, other way.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, sorry, there was a tunnel and this weird meaty smelling room and cameras and...
Do you really think that's worth barging into my room to tell me?
Well, I didn't. I mean, yes? Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. Come back later, okay? Come back and help me in a bit.
Okay, there's a poster for Sniff the Beyond. I can't cut to first person. I'm just going to see what the Doors poster says. Knowing this team, I'm probably going to end up poring over all the little details in this. The door is just papier-mâché.
Alex? Sorry. I can't...
One story later. That's the screenshot.
Half of that story was an explanation of capital gains tax. I'm guessing that's just moonspeak.
I guess so. The moon talk in this house is so boring.
Truly cursed. Also, not your fault. Anyway, we gotta get out of here. Let's look around the room. Just one more time.
Okay. So, chat with Alex. We've got Alex's crazy
You like
wall.
my crazy wall?
Of course I do. Did you do all of this since this morning?
I've been on a call, waiting for a long time.
I want a crazy wall. Okay, Hookshot and Edwin, just like when I explained all the Britishisms during Still Wakes the Deep, you've got to translate Australia to us.
Let's look around the room. Just one more time.
Okay, but we can now free look, so...
Is that a poster behind there?
Yeah, I was scared it would mark the wall if I tried taking it down, so I've just left it there.
Okay, that's the crazy wall. The Divine Mist. The handle's gone missing. Oh.
The chest in there is too heavy to move, so I just stacked around it.
Huh. Hookshot says capital gains tax discount is what many landlords use to sell the property without paying any tax. Okay, so this one is square, crescent moon, just past north. I do want to look at the doors poster. Oh, something just sounded meaty. Treasured Memories, 1974. Alright, excuse you. Sorry, the walls are getting a bit meaty. It's that time of day, really. Okay, so the top row is rusted. Oh, hang on. I was hoping that the poster for the Divine Mist would have something else to it, you know?
So you've been solving these puzzles too?
To use the bathroom, to use the kitchen, to leave the house.
I want to smash our front door so bad.
Oh my god, me too.
Janet de Bankrupt. Numerous companies shut down after class action and or government investigations, most recently Janatelli in 2017, 1974 to 2004, ending after an on-screen incident resulted in viewers suffering from bodily disturbances. Oh god. Janet Facts and Real Estate. Refocus on real estate, various magic technology copyrights registered, embodied living, the lake house system. One new company operating out of this year being Janet Monet's Inner Reality. True story. Witch cursed my baby weight. A bit... Sorry. Let me rephrase that. A witch cured my baby weight for a price. Oh. Towing from Hua. Our complex towed our only car because it didn't have tags, even though it did, and ran us through saying, that's the towing company's fault, sorry, can't do anything about it. We had to go to court to get our money back, only to find out that they do all that at the time, and the towing company was ordered by the complex to randomly snatch cars with tags. We lived in a lower income neighbourhood where many households were single car and could not afford the time and money required to go to court to get the towing fees back. Thus, the complex took advantage of its tenants' disadvantages. The hearing took a total of 10 minutes. I was thinking of planting mint in various locations in open ground in retaliation, just so they'd have to deal with it taken over entirely, but realised it would only make them look better as a company if Lawnmower Day smelled like chewing gum. Oh well. Yo, what? We have our... Okay, so this one is 1974 on the top, so it should be 2000 and... What was it, 2004? 2007? Because that's essentially Janet Monet's run on TV. 2004. Okay. She keeps a lot of these, doesn't she?
There's a hotline number here.
I can try calling it. Read it out to me.
Number is 1-800-555-456.
Got it. It's ringing. It's asking for a membership number?
128 661.
Oh, I fucked up.
661.
Well, that was rude. It didn't work.
How about
555 128 661.
It's processing. Sounds like...
Alex? Alex?
Fuck. Holy shit.
Holy shit, that was horrible.
this might be the most legit response to horror I've had in a while. Somebody coughs up something nasty? Fuck! Holy shit, that was horrible. It's the missing handle. Okay, and then the thing on the side was triangle, crescent moon, little past north. Triangle, crescent moon, there, little past north.
Nope.
Was it square then? Nice.
Good to see you're putting your whole body into it this time, Andrew. Think begin to start.
What the fuck?
Start with the front. Camera 2. We're back. And now I have something special for you, Andrew. Now it's getting boring. Move closer. 4. A fresh take on a classic Janet product. The Memory Palace Deluxe Home Edition.
Where?
Let's add some intrigue, okay? Camera 1. At first the challenge was, what if you could walk through your memory palace without the effort of, thinking? Aside from a few teething pains, Camera 3, stop wasting time. It was a complete success. Camera 1.
I don't know if I wanna...
Not that you'd ever hear that from the police or the ACCC.
What?
So, now we're doing something different. Camera 3.
She's unhinged.
No longer just a memory palace. No longer Evidence of gross disregard for public health. Not merely a storehouse, a home. A normal human home, safely stored in the comfort of a human man. End it front on. Camera 2. Get better at your job. Wouldn't it be lovely, Andrew? A place of your very own? A safe haven away from the big, bad world?
Oh, hell no.
No? You can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves, but you'll see it my way soon. Now get out.
Andrew! You scared me! You were just standing there. What are you holding?
It's one of our oven dials.
Who is fucking with our oven? It's not even a good it doesn't even work! Oh, well that's something at least.
Hey, I think this game's gonna fuck us up. Huh. So, one, that is the most realistic reaction to a horror scenario I think I've encountered in a game. It's just regular Aussie experiencing Aussie issues. Yeah. Fucking hell. Now, obviously, I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. This is about essentially the fact that those of us who rent are at the mercy of our landlords and we just have to fucking deal, be they witches or otherwise. But damn. I was expecting more of the cleaning aspect, but this is definitely going to be a messed up commentary horror game. I love it. So yeah, that was Janet Demonet as a slumlord and a witch. Available on Steam, Next Fest demos. As a landlord, I try really hard to keep things livable. Minimum amount of strange summoning circles and unholy homunculi roaming the halls. But that's what we're saying is, like, we've all lived in shitty places, and like that thing there about, like, you know, people towing cars, knowing that people can't afford to go get their money back from the like local small claims court or what have you. Like, that's so much shit. Okay. Anyway. I mean, Homunculus Jerry is harmless. You're not wrong, like Unholy Glebe. It's just the leakage. Oh, Nova says, how many of us have rented a drug house?
We used to have SWAT teams kick down doors.
There was a local drug house down in South Park that got busted. It did make me wonder how many of those very, very polite gentlemen that I spoke to in the local dive bar, they stopped frequenting after that. Makes me wonder. Yeah. Fucking hell. I mean, Nova, if you want to tell stories, we're here. Like, I haven't rented a quote-unquote drug house. And most of the people, I didn't rent with anybody who was too unhinged. The person who I thought was going to be an absolute, like, basket case, it turned out he actually was exactly as he said he was. Like, he owned a cave, and he only rented during the winter months because it was too cold to stay there. Gave me a ride home from work a couple of times, and we natted. You know, renting in odd places did introduce me to a lot of interesting characters. I'll say that. Sorry, I'm just updating our Blue Sky thread because we're going to do a little bit on Brigador Killers, because I know you all saw Brigador Killers, but I do want to support it. And since we last played it, they added like an opening prologue where you get to fuck around with some really fun toys. Now, if you haven't seen Brigador Killers, I'll explain it to you in a moment, but basically, if you can't do FPS and you've wanted something that feels like an extraction shooter, but isn't just, and then you do the same levels over and over again for no gain. This Brigador Killers is a game about hoarding a stockpile of weapons so that you can murder the bourgeoisie in style. Oh, so Nova said, not much of a story. It was a former drug house when they were there. And when they left, it went back to being a drug house. So are you saying that you were the counter powers? Now for something exceedingly different. Oh, I can't remember how to type. Now with a fancy prologue, the demo. Okay. Garage on the other hand was the back. Not allowed in the garage. Whew. It's fine. It's totally fine. Oh, sorry. Brigador Killers demo. The Brigador Killers does have a separate demo page. I actually haven't spoken to the homies about how difficult it is to make a standalone demo page, because not all of them have worked. Ed Dragon says theirs was a double, i.e. one house divided to two. Semi-detached, we call those back in the UK. Rented part 2. Part 1 was a drug house. Only one door. Lots of really fun encounters at that door. Ooh. One of my friends who rented a semi-detached that they're very sure was attached to... Well, when I say drug house in the UK, there are varying levels. You know, you've got a weed-growing house, which is usually has some shady folk going around, but isn't that bad, and is usually beautifully warm throughout the winter. Like, you never have to even touch the central heating. Sucks during the summer because it's a fucking oven, but... Ah, interesting. So Hookshot says they're doing it for unqualified. Wait, what? Hookshot, I didn't know unqualified was... okay, Hookshot, how long is the demo? Okay, yeah, we need to get a mosey on. Oh, God. Okay. So Hookshot is saying they are doing a separate demo page for unqualified. The demo isn't up. Yeah, both me and Edwin were like, have we abandoned our friend? I've abandoned my boy! Okay, we're good. Oh. God. Okay, I mean, Hookshot, it'll be interesting to know. For Brigador Killers, it's been really good to be able to like point people to the demo page directly. And in some of the stuff for Steam Next Fest, it's been hard because we haven't been able to like... You push people to the page, but you can't leave reviews on the demo, and demo reviews do affect Steam Next Fest weighting. So...
But then I don't know how it is to maintain 2 SKUs and stuff like that. It's a pain in the ass. Okay, so from Janet Monáe as a slumlord to destroy all billionaires. Brigador Killers, we did cover a couple weeks ago, so just in case anyone wasn't there for the previous stream, Brigador Killers is an isometric, what do they call it? Insurgency simulator. So this is a follow-up to the previous game, Brigador, where here's me desperately trying to remember the plot of Brigador. Okay, the plot of Brigador has also dropped out of my head. Apparently, brain damage, that's what's on sale today. But the plot of Brigador Killers is that you are actively trying to get revenge on the people that, ruined your planet for money. You start with nothing. You are just a little guy with a gun and a dream. So your goal in each section is to go in, clear missions, acquire equipment, build up your arsenal of weapons and vehicles, moving all the way up to mechs. You need to scrounge and find and build every bullet. You need to steal every gun, every truck, working your way up to the point of being a true Brigador killer. And yeah, jumping back, Edwin, it's been really sad with the AI disclosure thing. And it really does show that, nobody wants it and that it has to be hidden. Now, we got hands-on with an earlier version of Brigador Killers before they added this, Obstacle 1. Now, the garage is what you saw, and we can have a putz about with that depending on how quickly we get through this, but Obstacle 1 is as much a tutorial as it is a fun fuck-around-a-palooza, giving new players a chance to play with the big toys. Hang on, I think I got a... Yeah, no, I got a mouse and keyboard this one, sorry. Please forgive the tippity-tappity. Oh. Okay, just going to restart the demo. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, so if you're wondering what Edwin's talking about, during Summer Games Fest, 1666 was announced, which is what if Assassin's Creed, but you were a witch fighting demons to keep people safe while also, avoiding puritanical witch hunters and the ilk. Okay. Here we go. We then found out that they did a whole bunch of AI generated stuff, which was heartbreaking. Yeah, they accidentally left placeholder art in. Placeholder art is their key art, which clearly has AI generated stuff in. Oh, so sorry. Now we're getting Brigador Killers starting proper. We are basically controlling a super murder hamster ball.
Solo no brain is burning.
With a gun built in.
The people killed for profit. Take what they took from you.
Let's start some shit. You'll notice there's a theme for Steam Next Fest. This theme is revenge. Run, little people, run! It's your old pal, Orbo! Oh, Unholy Glee was also saying that the demo for 1666 was horribly optimized. I mean, the size of it meant that I couldn't download it in any sensible time. Because on the one hand, you know, I feel bad because that was the project that Ubisoft went out of their way to fucking scrap. You know, with non-competes and all kinds of bullshit. But on the other, like, you know... Ooh. So long, Vegas drive-thru. Orbo will have his revenge. I don't know. Like, you know what the thing that pisses me off is, like, the whole fun point of going independent is getting to do all the fun creative stuff yourself. You don't have to use the mandatory contracted agency. You don't have to, you know, only do the bullshit laid out by management. You get to actually be creative. And the idea of something like 1666 being a wildly cool idea at budget, and then being like, actually, we don't trust our artists, let's generate it. Like, fuck you guys. You know? Dude, you went through so much misery and pain and suffering to get away from Ubisoft so you could make the game you wanted to make. And you what?
One also bears witness.
You did all that so that you could then fucking generate it? You know? Alright, we interrupt Earnings Red Eve carpet coverage with sickening news. Esplanade Avenue is under attack from an unidentified terror weapon. The finest minds in Mar Nosso gathered in one place now. Local turns the volume down on the live news broadcast. It's destroying Midtown. The hell is that thing? Cavalier leans back and rubs his buzz cut. His mechanical eyes whir and focus. I don't know, but this moves our timetable up. I want to voice one of these guys. Stellar Jockeys, hit me up. I'm serious. I have my pin. I'm ready. Put me in, coach. I do actually need to paint my Brigador Mini. By how much? Future says, all the way up. The soldiers exchange glances. We're hitting all 4 Brigadors. Right now? Hell yes. Selector racks the charging handle on his weapon. Are we ready to move that fast? Our targets won't hang around for another pilgrim. We've watched them long enough. We know their escape plans and where they'll run. They're guilty. Overdue. Everyone on this rotten planet is guilty. Damn right. And yeah, jumping back, like DJ Coil, it was so sad because, like, the thing with Spry Fox is them pretending to be, like, you know, small team, like, art focused, creative, indie, like, nah. They're just another slot factory trying to put out as much game as possible, just wrapping it in a pastel cloak. Sorry, I shouldn't be that mean. Like, I know the Spy Fox squad, but, you know, we shouldn't be at this point. You know, if you are using AI stuff in your game, own it. Shouldn't be, but own it, because otherwise you're like, what, looking to trick us? Well, and DJ Coil, that's the thing. It's like, Spry Fox are insisting that no AI content or code is in their newest game. The problem is, one of the Cloud or Claude files was in the shipped demo of their upcoming cozy MMO. Oh, fuck off. You know? Because at this point, that wasn't disclosed, and they only got rumbled because they left it in. Somebody fucked up. So how can we know, right? Sorry, the dude with the cannon eyes was like, you think everyone's guilty? And he says, so you think it? Kill them all? Everyone's guilty and Mar Nosso? And Local says, I don't know yet, but I think you pissed with the dick you've got. let's move. I want a more gender-neutral version of that. You pissed with the tackle you're given. We'll come back to that one. Okay, so as I said, this was added since we played it last, and each one of these is essentially like a tutorial. So subject has reinforced her estate with top of the line panic room. It's not practical, so we bring the whole thing down. He's out in the open tonight negotiating a deal to get off world, so he thinks. And Love Archer. So Love Archer, this one sets you up with a turret. So let's try kill L. Wrightson. I believe that these were all pilots from Brigador. But I'd need the Stellar Jockeys team or the Brigador fandom to set me up with the lore here. And DJ Coil, I do agree. The other thing being is like the time that you save by generating stuff with generative AI, it costs you down the road. You know, the Persona artist tried a generative AI model for one of their projects, and in the end he was like, it wasn't fucking worth it. And even though the generative model they used, or adversarial network, was only trained on his art, ultimately it took more time and more tweaks to regenerate and refix what it was throwing out. With the quote-unquote time saved with this art, they now have to spend time in PR essentially unfucking it. So no matter how much time the Spry Fox team might have saved by generating stuff, now they have to put in extra time and work to show that everything else they've made. And even then, like, the trust is gone. I still don't look at 11-bit studios the same way anymore. You know, The Alters was like, oh, we're so cool and clever and sci-fi. And I'm like, all right, but how much text did you generate? How many images did you put together? Like, you never properly copped to it. And you wouldn't cop to it unless you had been rumbled. You know what I mean? We found them putting sawdust in the food. They were never going to tell us. And I also, I'm going to be a little bit of a bitch for a second. I refute this whole, we're so Indian, Whittle, we have to use it to catch up to... No, you don't. No, you don't. You absolutely don't. And the majority of the titles that I've seen on Steam Next Fest come in two categories. The quick flip scam, not unlike things we've seen in the mobile games industry and things like that, like quick copies of existing things with just generative things slapped on top of it. Or the, you know, we're so Whittle, please don't get mad at us. Where it's like, no, absolutely. Absolutely, and get fucked. Oh, I mean, that's the thing, DJ Coil. It replaces it with what has come before. Everybody I know that tried to do genuinely interesting stuff with adversarial networks and large language learning models and things like that in a creative sense, stopped doing it because it's not good. It does what we already do, worse and more expensive. Oh, damn it, Hookshot. You did forget to mention. This is why I did the homies thread. Alright, well, let's kill Wrightson. We don't need to spend too much time on Brigador killers today. I just wanted to show you all. Alright, retrieve a cool sniper rifle. Kill this bloke. Is one of the pilots definitely from Brigador? Alright, press escape to look at map and objectives. So yeah, first things first. Oh. Can't hate that soundtrack though. Tab to open inventory, Y to examine. And I do like when games use tutorialization to give us an experience, not just Mega Man, but like, nah, you're playing as 4 hardened killers here.
Hardened killers with super cool power armor. Oh yeah. This power armor comes with its own like mini shield, so you can literally run tilt into stuff. I'm hoping there's something like the Hulk Buster, or like a VTOM style suit. Yeah, DJ Coil, it's real sad. I'm slightly worried that Tim Sweeney is a true believer, and is going to unfortunately lead Epic into bad times, but that's a story for another day. Okay. Okay, yep, so here's our rifle. And here's our rifle rounds. Okay. The VBR is unsteady. The wind up in each shot. Got to crouch, focus, and hold the trigger down. Now just to make a phone call and draw him out. Alright, now time to do some proper dirty sniping. Coins. Dial tone. 1 ring. 2. Come on, pick up the phone. Sound of a telephone receiver. Then the beach and soft breathing. Vocatus aquae non vocatus. Deus uteret. Have you been followed? No, I've made it to the rendezvous point alone. Cavalier dials in the range on his rifle scope. Good. I trust you brought payment? Bagged in cash, just like you said. How can I give you the money? Give the payment to Karen. Ah. Karen. I don't understand. Because there's a dead Brigador on the other end of this line. Alright, so we got a... No. Oh! Yeah, with a sniper rifle, it takes a sec to fire. And what's really cool in this is that people will hit the deck if you start sniping them, which, however, makes them exceedingly easy to hit. Like these guys, for example. Oh, shit, the bed. Glad I brought power armor, Jesus. There we go. Sorry about that. R.I.P. that guy. He did a super bad war crime, so don't feel bad about him. And these guys, what are they doing in suits doing night beaches? What's up with Mr. Peanut Head there? Okay, Mr. Peanut Head is nearly invincible. Okay. Anyway, I am going to keep banging the fucking drum of, like, you know, a lot of the standout titles we're seeing. What's really setting them apart from the pack is their art style. I think 1666 not going all in is extremely disappointing. And I think that's because it... Oh, homie or person trying to kill us? So we won't know until we get there. Maybe homie. Okay, yeah. Any trouble? Nope. I told him I was going to kill him, but it just confused him. Like it was happening to someone else on TV. And away we go. So that was kind of our, like, sniping tutorial. I did love Archer. Let's try this one.
explode some. Deliver? Kill. Alright, van's gassed up and ready to go. Alright. Okay. Yeah, well, so DJ Coil, I know there are groups within Epic that don't get fucked with, and there's a lot of people who do really still believe in, who do really believe in, you know, getting the Unreal Engine as open to as many people as possible. You know, the UE6, sorry. This is because I put how to make an A-bomb on the schedule, isn't it? But yeah, UE6 isn't ready. UE6 is not ready, and we shouldn't be getting it at this point. There's not been enough time with UE5. Give up, mate. Remote detonator armed. Here. Alright. Gotta quickly make sure we didn't miss anybody. Nope. I think we got him. Yeah, well, and Hookshot, UE5's got that old Unity problem, you know, pre-Stabby Dave. Oh. It's alright, we're just going to drive. In that large numbers of people made games for Unity, and the ones who made the least optimized setups were the ones who had the made with Unity splash sticker because they could only afford the free version. You know, I don't give a shit what you do, I'm off duty. You know what? I can respect that. But, like, you can do great things with UE5, as you all know. It's just, if you don't optimize it, if you turn on all the bells and whistles, everything that you make will run like arse. And I think that that's what needs working on, right? Like, getting out-the-box UE5 to run on shit hardware. Damn, you weren't kidding about overpressure. I felt that shit 2 neighborhoods away. Chief? Hey, Chief? Yeah? Shit, how close did you stand to that blast? Stow it. I'm fine. I have new kinds of concussion. Alright. Let's check out Sieghard Boulevard. Oh god. This guy looks like a Captain Planet villain. Guys up the block. Okay. Okay. Oh, I always keep forgetting I can kick people to death. Like this guy. Oh, bam! You better run! But yeah, I'm just very glad that, you know, we've got Godot in the ilk. We're not going to be completely fuckered if Sweeney goes from, you know, idiot on Twitter to full-on huffing mercury in his attic. And yes, I did just kick that man to death. I mean, obviously it's a little scary, you know, Sweeney at the helm, because, like, you know, with everything going sideways, you know, in terms of the local games industry, you know, Epic's one of the last holdouts. You know, Bungie don't have long. Microsoft have culled fucking everybody. You know, Valve are huge, yes, but Valve aren't huge in the sense of they'll be able to... They don't hire a lot of people. They're tiny compared to how much money they make. So, I don't know. There is a part of me that's scared of, like, if Sweeney drives us into the ground, what's going to happen to all the homies? They came after me with pistols and shotguns, like gauchos from a vid. Through the armor, all it does is bruise. After today, they'll learn. They have to. Bulver say anything important? I'm supposed to be gathering intel on our targets. Nope. Useless. Yeah, I kicked him. Kicked him so hard he exploded. And last, but by no means least, kill Archer. Looks like they've stumbled in onto my gear. Bad luck for them. Yeah, you do have to be careful because these guys will... these guys will hide in plain sight. Alright, wait till they're in the kill zone, and then... Big bada boom. Well, he's not going to be in Brigadier 2 Killers. Sorry, again, if you haven't seen much of this game, we'll be able to set up stuff like this. I mean, this is an improvised turret, but these two, like, heavy machine guns, we'll just have to find them somewhere, nick them, and then put them on a vehicle of our choosing. Oh, shit. We gotta go. That was a very heavily armed APC, and all my guns did was piss it off. Okay. All right. And in theory, that's all of the out-and-out content that you haven't seen yet. It's a kind of cool car. Okay, no mission selected. Oh, okay, so we've got... we can replay Pinball Attack, the recording of the Pinball Terror Attack. Or here we go, Barbaclaw Estate. Let's see what toys we get for this one. Please, a mech. Alright, we're finally ready. Time to make them pay. Because, I mean, we kind of know Mongoose Power Sword, midway between man and mech. Not as big and scary as real armored vehicle, but a lot handier in close quarters. Enough firepower to make the heavies think twice. Fork Light Mech, designed specifically to prey on the kinds of midway armored vehicles we expect the cops to have deployed. Doesn't have Becker's top speed, but it's nimble and can shoot cover. And a Becker Light Tank. It's only light for a tank. This thing is still 10,000 kilos of steel and highway speeds. Okay, so usually we are pretty strictly a mech household. And I'm not yet forklift certified, but are we walking at? Or should we really embrace the character and go full killdozer?
I know what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting a non-mech assault in a very mech-centric game. But this is a demo. I'm kind of waiting to see if Dustin just posts something like, Killdozer, I hardly knows her. Killdozer? Killdozer. Okay, so it has some very big toys. It's quite... Oh, sorry. Oh. Controls are a little squirrely. Yeah, and you're right, Unholy Glee. When it comes to the full game... Oh. Hang on. We know what I'm going to be about. Alright, so fire primary. Secondary. Big bada boom! Sup, nerds? Alright, we've got 3 targets, 3 spots. I like how we don't mess with the palm trees. Ah, this is fun. Well, sometimes, friends, it's not about a fair fight. Sometimes, friends, it's about catharsis. Oh. God, I tell you, this tank is not easy to drive. This is just funny. So they can scratch my shields, but none of them have the power to even give me a slight tummy ache. I mean, we could find our exit, but I mean, we don't get to take these bullets with us. I should say the mech designs in Brigador are definitely one of the ones I find most interesting, because it kind of goes from like a grungier, rustier pat label philosophy. Like all of the majority of the mechs that use in Brigador are either repurposed, you know, engineering vehicles turned into weapons, and some of them are just horrifying. One of the late game additions is this like cherub super floating tank that's just fucked up. Take that. Homeowners Association. Fuck. Okay. It's too hot to stay here any longer. Let's get going. So I think what's about to happen is now our team's done the... has done a murder. We're going to try and make it out. We're going to get killed. And the campaign as it starts main is going to be... whoever is left. Anyone hit? Nothing that rates. Witnesses? No one saw my face. And they would know because you have cannons for eyes.
We can be sure someone spotted our suits. And that's the point. Propaganda of the deed, baby. Alright, we're driving. The car starts and the radio turns on. Reports are coming in that 4 brigadors were instrumental in stopping the attack. They gave their lives to defend their new home and bring down the monstrous weapon of terror. Marnoso News Network dedicates this broadcast to Nelian Carr, Sevian Bola, Lovell Archer. What? You gotta be kidding me. Turn it off. Move. Oh yeah, so basically the big murder pinball that we unleashed, all the people that we've killed, they've been like, oh, they gave their lives valiantly. Trouble ahead. We have an alternate route? This is the alternative route. Martrin's beard. Stop the car, we're walking. They'll make us instantly. This thing is fly paper for Fabia goons. We're going to die if we get stuck in traffic. Follow me at a jog. Let the rig do the work. Don't shoot unless I shoot. Alright. You good, dude? What's inside? There's a dead guy and he's got something on his eyes. Uh-oh. It's not one of ours. It's something else. Oh, they're coins. Check it out. Hey, don't.
One also bears witness.
Oh, that's much worse. I was expecting a bomb, not a nightmare. Oh, we got both. Thank you for playing Obstacle 1. Be sure to wishlist the game. Do it now. Try the garage next. Build an arsenal. Take on tougher missions. Did you wishlist the game yet? I mean, that's the way you got to help the homies. Yeah, and here we are. This is the crux of Brigador that you saw last time. Just started from here. Take your missions. Build up your arsenal of weapons. You're a lot squishier now, but you have all of this to go for. There's a few maps that weren't on here before, like Salvage Yard, that thing, Sinkhole. However, the thing that makes this good is that it is, you know, every bullet, every gun, you scrounge, you work up to it. It really feels like, I don't know, Syndicate Wars insurgency style. You know, at the beginning, you are one person in poor health with a good kicking leg, and that's it. And by the time you're ready to take on, like, the ammunition depot and whatever the story of this ends up being in core, you get some fucking toys. I can't remember if it shows us here any of the crafting stuff. No, this is just the repair. Oh, here we go, the fabricator. So, like, one of the first vehicles you'll steal is a tuk-tuk, the varlet. And then with the varlet, you can customize it, add armor, load it, put a fucking gun on it, explosives. You can make an armored forklift. You know, take a shitty car, take a cop sedan, turn it into something else. The white panel van is one of the best for customization. Build yourself a coffin power suit, the mongoose power suit, and then you start getting into the light tanks. The Bekka is the thing that we just drove, and it's going to be a while before we can get that kind of shit together. And then we have our mechs. You know, we've got the light heavy mech, the baby shoe, the Vorhornkron, and then the ungunned. And then ball treaders, not like that. They're essentially like hovercraft vehicles. Instead of treads or legs, they have orbs. And that allows them to run forward and then sidestep. But I know exactly what all of you thought when I said that. None of you are without sin.
So yeah, I will say out of all the games today, Brigador Killer's demo has the most amount of game to it. That's not a disservice to anything else. You know, Torment Hexus you could replay multiple times. And, I mean, as you saw, like, Entropy has so much game to it. Like, it's fucking good. But this one, like, you can build up your arsenal. You can really spend some time with it. So, I don't know. There's also... I don't think I need to pitch to you all the delicious catharsis of building a mech by hand to then destroy the organizations, fascist bourgeoisie and otherwise, that have their heel on this planet. I don't think I need to sell you on the dream of, you know, every bullet stolen and returned to sender. Plus mechs. There's mechs. Why am I trying to pitch you mechs? The other cool thing is, well, this is the standard suit you start with. You do get some of the other armor and the Elysium-esque, you know. I've only got a couple of guns kicking around. But yeah. It seems an unrelatable theme. Must just be my imagination. The other thing is, I don't want to go too hard on this because we will be playing Brigador Killers as it moves closer to launch. Like, honestly, the Brigador community have been fucking brilliant, and they're a much more focused group of pilots than, say, like the Project Silverfish community are kind of a bit. Well, I guess they're all a bunch of loners. It's part of the draw. But yeah. Brigador Killers. Right. So Hookshot, I do apologize. I am definitely starting to flag as we're hitting like the 7-hour mark. I'd like to do Penguin Colony as the last of our Friendo showcase. But Hookshot, if you want to put the link to your puzzle game in chat so that people can add it, give it the full treatment it deserves. I've been so focused on unqualified that I forgot that you were doing a puzzle game. I'm only one bloke. Honest. I'm just one bloke. So yeah. That was Brigador Killers. Hookshot, thank you. Right. And before, like, we call it after stream, we will be doing, like, just a quick little, like, reminder of all the games we've covered today. Look, I know you all are probably fucking sick to the back teeth of showcases and, you know, we're so excited to announce. I know I fucking am. Maybe we should do a showcase our own in the future. Maybe we should do something as, like, a, you know, we could do what Slug World does, but Summer Games Fest edition. But all of these games are games that I will personally fucking stand behind. You know, all of these are games that have been worked on by people I know, people I consider to be friends and fucking legends. And that feels really good. You know? When the mods are paid, sure. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to do a full showcase. But Nova, I mean, fuck, you never know. All we got to do is keep going till it changes. I mean, I guess, yeah, this is my official ship list. This is my Longship homies, you know, showcase. I don't know. It really did hurt me a little bit, the amount of streamers who were in Summer Games Fest, and it really felt like they just popped up and said, "This is my stream. Come watch my stream. Anyway, here's Wonderwall." Like, no, come on. Fuck. Getting to be on the world stage and to be able to talk about, like, new and exciting games, like, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. So, I guess I'm just saying, like, thank you for being with me on this. All right. And if you are wondering if I'm Googling how to spell Umurangi Generation, you know. I guess Hookshot, and I know I have an unfair advantage, right? Like, I started dev side. I know what needs to be shown. I know what's important. You know, if it's not about me. It's about us. I'm not here to tell you how fucking great and wonderful I am. I'm a fucking disaster. I am a well-documented disaster. But these are games that matter. We're not in sure times anymore. Like, there is no guarantee that any of these games will do amazing. Not like it used to be, right? You used to be able to look at a game on fucking G4 or Jinx or what have you and go, oh yeah, that game's going to sell great. Nothing is promised. And the only people who can make a difference are us. It's in the same breath that I'm asking all of you lot, like, please wishlist it, please leave a review, please ignore slop. Like, you're helping these games. It's my job to show you why you should give a fuck. That's where I bring the thunder. That's my job in this whole fucking cockamamie, new crazy games world we find ourselves in. Someone will come up with a good term for those of us who are predominantly like Steam focused, because indie's not right. You know, core doesn't quite cut it. You know, we are the artist's alley of video games. Some of us make nothing, some of us make huge life-changing amounts of money, but we're all in it together. No one's coming to save us, no one's coming to help us, and no one's telling us no. We make games because we wanna. We make games because they matter. We make games because we're cursed to.
Well, the crypto pay-to-play make promises about being hits, but we know how far that went. Tongue.
The real play to earn. It's streaming. Bacon and thank you. And look, I haven't paid all the bills for the month yet. I'm going to do that after stream. But right now, and the last, like, it's nice not to be broke for a hot second. It's nice to be able to just buy groceries and shit. I fucking love doing this, and I want to keep doing this for as long as possible, so fucking thank you. Anyway, as I said, it's about them, not me. I can't spell penguin still. Okay. Bacon's not dead. Stop telling everybody you're dead. Okay. And one last thing before we do our final game. I just want to say, if any of you have budget for sponsored videos, I am extremely grateful. But please, please, if you are working on a game, tell me, tell us, right? Homies help homies. The Longship have actually proven mathematically that we will wishlist your game. We'll shout about it. We'll tell people. We'll actually do that because homies help homies. Please don't sit on your game and be modest and be like, oh, well, I sure hope someone notices my video game. All right. If you have a launch coming up, tell me as soon as you can. If you have projects or ideas or things like that, I promise you, I will do everything that I can. If it gets to the point where I need to ask, like, hey, this is going to have to be a paid thing, I'll just tell you. That doesn't mean I'm not going to help your stuff. Like, I wish I was a more powerful individual. I wish I could hand Wavium success over my homies, because believe me, I fucking would. Y'all better beware. If I somehow stumble upon a shit ton of money, you don't even know the windfall that's coming for you. No idea how that would happen. But just don't wait till late. Let me help you. And now, Penguin Colony. So you're probably oh, yes! That's fucking cool. Now, that's a little historical point that the region in which this game is either set or made never actually seceded to the British. They just took it. The British were fucking awful to the First Nations of Australia. I'm not the one to tell you that history is long and messy. All right. They were slightly better to New Zealand, but boy howdy. One of the things that was so good in the Frosty Showcase was seeing that acknowledgement. You know, one of the things that really impressed me the first time I went out to, and I can only comment on, you know, New Zealand because that's where I lived, but one of the things is when you are greeted with Kia ora, that's not like a fucking tourist thing or a meme. It's genuine, and if you take the piss out of it, like, you can do and say pretty much anything in a, you know, in Dunners, and you'll be fine. But if you rip the piss, if you take the piss out of the local culture, the Maori, if you do like a fucking white guy haka, you're going to see a beat in the likes of which you've never seen. It's like a switch. And I don't know, that's something that's always been kind of cool. Now, the game we are about to play is Penguin Colony. I just want to focus on this splash screen before we dive into it. From the creators of Umurangi Generation. This is set in the 1930s. We will be predominantly playing as a penguin in a penguin colony. The game is inspired by the Mountains of Madness, as there is a group of Nazis trying to unfurl eldritch abominations, the likes of which they've never seen. That's not who we're playing as. Those are who we're going against. So, this game contains depictions of fascist ideologies and regimes inspired by real-world political movements in the late 1940s. These elements are included for narrative and historical context and do not represent an endorsement of the associated ideologies. Viewer discretion advised. I really appreciate that because no works of parody are above someone understandably going, oh, that sounds like a really fucking good idea. Now, here we go. Visuals. Full screen. Render. Wait, you. Oh. 1920 by 1080. Okay. Yeah, and Hookshot, that splash screen also showed the quote-unquote British Empire. So. And check it out. Dyslexic font, fast-reading fonts, fixed camera, compass visibility, rolling snow, particles, blizzard, persistent dot. Look. I dislike the idea that adding accessibility is easy, and it's a thing that people choose to do or do not. Adding accessibility options is more work for the devs to allow more people to play. It should be celebrated because it ain't easy. Okay. Well, of course I'm going to click on the runes. That's cool. Alright, so friends. Yeah, Hookshot, the cost for localizing alone is rough for indies, yeah. The problem being is, like, everyone preaching, like, generative AI and, like, machine learned translation, it's bad. Don't do that. Like, everyone saw how the Chinese community reacted to Silk Song's quote-unquote translation. You essentially just have to release in regions as your budget allows. You got to do it right. Or you release a game where text doesn't matter, but that's another story. You know, I don't buy the whole, oh, we're so whittle, we had to translate with machine. No, you just made it bad and worse. So instead of making it accessible to more regions, you just made whole regions dislike you, and it's bad. One of the reasons why I don't use text-to-speech while streaming is because my accent, my cadence, the weird way in which I speak causes it to go fucking haywire. Which means that anybody who is genuinely hearing impaired, it's not going to make sense what I'm saying. You know? As soon as the tech is there. Now, Hookshot, that is the other thing, is like, if no one in your studio is a native of the region you're translating to, how would you know? And whoever they went for translation, they're never working with them again, that's for sure. Anyway, let us begin. Now, for those who don't know, I'm an unironically huge fan of Umurangi Generation. Fucking yes! Fucking yes. How is that for a fucking start? They literally emulated the opening to the thing, and the way that was done with like a plastic sheet paper or something melting behind as the light streams through. Fucking great. Meanwhile, in Antarctica, penguins. They're using anti-penguin rounds. My fried gold sliced. Okay, it's gonna have to be a controller one. Mouse and keyboard, sorry. Okay, hang on. We gotta do a quick bounce. It didn't like me taking screenshots. Well, so my hope, Nova, is that by playing through all of... Yeah, see? Fucking love to see it. My hope is that by playing through Penguin Colony and saving these penguins from nightmare abominations, the likes of which humanity was never meant to see, I can somehow redeem myself from that one penguin I shot in the chest. Now, did Tobias say that the penguins were invincible? Yes. Who is more the fool? Tobias for telling me, or me for believing? And we get to see this great fucking reveal again. But no, please tell me how you need AI technology to keep up with the big guys. Or do something fucking interesting, you fucking plebeians. Oh, but I don't know how to make this. Look it up. Get weird. Like, people don't seem to understand when you work in a big games company, everything that you do, you have to get approval, unless you're at a creative level. If you wanted to do something interesting like that, you'd have to do it in your own time and then present it as an idea, right? Because all of your hours in a day are allocated by production. Oh, you want to put in a new feature? Cool. That is going to be 2 dev weeks. Oh, that feature? That's going to take 3 dev hours to implement plus fixing. Oh, cool. Well, there we go. You look at his little face. Whee! It does a little hop. Oh, sorry, little buddy. Nerd, 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 nerd.
Do you hear it? Just beneath the wind.
I do.
The wind howls different in the south than the north. The animals, many of which have queer appearances, do not conform to scientific principles.
I mean, 'tis Pride Month. Southern. I don't see another sparkly bit around. Should I be looking? The fuck is that? You know what? I'm not fucking with that. Oh shit. Hey, I don't like that. What the fuck? They got the disco... I thought that guy sounded familiar. It's the bloke... yeah, the narrator from Disco Elysium. Let's go hang with those penguins. They seem to know what's up. I thought I was about to say wheel. It's just a little guy.
The blittering of Morse code denotes a soul on the other end, which should make clear that civilization still exists. The expedition had multiple objectives.
Look at his little face! He is a certified little guy! He's just a little guy! He's just a little guy!
Did these scientists know it was all a ruse? That they were merely a smokescreen for a greater scientific discovery? When we arrived, most of these expeditions had been removed in order to maintain secrecy.
Penguin secrecy. Yo, what kind of diet do penguins have? You can use little fish. Oh. This game's gonna have me leaping between oh shit, oh fuck, and then like, oh, he's a little guy. No, no drinking. Drinking doesn't warm you up. Makes you cold. Oh, easy now, little guy. Just a little chubby little guy. He just makes the little squeaks. So what do penguins eat? Other penguins, fish or cuttlefish? Vibes. Alright, hang on, I've got an idea. I just gotta... Shit. That's alright, it's just a little guy. A little secret tunnel. I want to get the postcard. Oh god, that scared me. Recall conversation.
Shit, this place is cold. Can't imagine moving here with a wife and kids.
Roger's photos are memories lost to time. Alright. The penguins are the keepers of the secrets. Oh. Alright. Let's see if it'll let us be a big penguin. Oh! Big pen. Hey, do Do seals eat penguins? I can't remember. Let's find out. Friend? Neil the seal! How you doing, buddy? Neil the seal is a local legend. If you don't know about Neil the seal... Ooh. I think I should have picked a faster penguin. Maybe going for a strength build wasn't the smartest play. You could say that a penguin who got eaten like this had their destiny sealed. Okay, and it seems that that little orb is kind of like our stamina. So like we lost our footing on the ice there, which is why we tumbled down. Baby! I haven't had to bust it out in a while, but Seals Kiss from a Rose as performed by actual seals. Definitely gets me through some hard times. Alright. I mean, it still says we've got to head towards the flare. And once we hit the rest of the... I don't know what a group of penguins is called. A tribe? A pod? Okay, it's still there. Alright. Parkour! Oh, damn. We get some mad hops. Alright. Nah, you're still all... Oh, they're all emperor penguins. So they're all big honker-chonkers. That penguin is slow. Don't listen to him, penguin. You're perfect just the way you are, Pen. But this little guy is way faster. Wait, hang on. Is it me, or is there something wrong with this penguin? Equip your boots of mad hops. If you tip upside down, it pours a delicious IPA. Indeed. I don't think I'm supposed to... I mean, he's a little faster. See, a little bit worried that I'm now leading some kind of The Thing-style nightmare imposter penguin into the pod. It says it wants me over here, but... There are some penguins on what appear to be like a bioluminescence. I kind of got a bit turned around when I was in the water. Who are these guys? Oh. Huh. The most common collective nouns for a group of penguins are colonies, rookeries, or huddles. But swimming penguins are called a raft, and a walking penguin is often called a waddle. Which is weird because a penguin standing still is a target. Oh, let the wind guide you. Let the wind guide you when your path forward isn't clear. Interesting. Well, I think we're still heading towards the flare, which is across this way, but... There's either a crane or a big fucking gun. Gigantic nightmarish skeleton, anyone?
Across an old whaling station, which made me feel warm and at home. The sheer cliffs were not something we could climb without machinery. We would have to find another route to the camp.
So Relma, not today. Today is what we're calling the showcase of homies. So these are all games made by folks that I've met, folks I know, games I personally stand by. So our run through today has been the Torment Hexus, Entropy, Truck-kun is supporting me from another world, Brigador Killers, Janet Demonet is a slumlord and a witch, and last but by no means least, this one, Penguin Colony. We'll roll in with our penguin homies. Now, that being said, what are some of the titles that have popped up that have surprised you? Because it's safe to assume I've probably heard of whatever title you'd like to recommend, but there's always a chance. Oh, having some slight technical issues, but again, these are all demos, so they're by no means Oh, these little great pugwoods, little fappy fatties. I remember Emperor Penguin babies are that colour, aren't they? Gata Gressi. Let's have a look. I will admit that one I haven't heard of. Or if I have, the name has slipped my memory. Oh, Gata. Ooh. Please no AI, please no AI. Okay. So it's a language puzzle game. Learn to communicate with the people of... God darn it. I know the name, but my brain's locked. It's a dyslexic problem. But yeah, this is the title. It is a language puzzle title. By speaking their language and understanding their cultures in this sci-fi translation game. That's really cool. Hell yeah. We really enjoyed Heaven's Vault and a bunch of other like language puzzle games. So okay. Okay. Oh damn. Okay, we kind of Club Penguined off that one. Now it says, if we find ourselves lost, follow the wind. Ooh, and Relma, that is fascinating. Because, like, I really enjoyed Heaven's Vault, but ultimately Heaven's Vault is kind of like a one playthrough and done. It's kind of more advanced version of the Telltale philosophy of storytelling, you know? Alright, I guess we're going for a little swim. How many South Aussies watch this weirdo on the internet? Well, it's you. I guess occasionally Rudism and crew. Although I don't know where he's... Because Rudism moved over to Australia, right? That was the bit. I don't know if he's... He's not in Dunners anymore, I remember that much. But yeah, so Hookshot, it's you, Edwin... Yeah, Swedish Chef was South Oz. And has definitely been talking about wanting to head back. Well, and one of the things that's so fascinating is that due to a combination of like government grants and this really interesting community that's been building in the ANZ. Like, the Aussie game scene is set to pop off. You know, in the same way that, like, Japan is going to take over the mantle for, like, expensive AAA games. I think.
Many years ago now, while teaching at Boston Miskatonic, when I became delirious, seemingly suffering from a stroke. By all accounts, I collapsed, only to awaken 7 days later, with no medical issue to be found. My symptoms were odd.
Get you the kind of narrator that when he starts speaking, everybody stops.
My blood pressure, heart rate, and other metrics were well within the boundaries of immaculate health. The only irregularities came from my dreams. In my dreams, I had nightmares of the foulest kind. I saw images in colors outside the range of visible light.
Colours, the looks never much seen before by man.
Sensations of seeing myself within a dark void of nothingness, as if my consciousness had left my dreaming body. I would see and hear entire lifetimes in the blink of an eye, only to forget everything. When I awoke, I tried to find words to describe what I saw. The men around me sat in puzzled silence as I spoke fluently in something old and peculiar, unrecorded by man. My condition became a curiosity
Scotland!
to medical school, for which I was prescribed a concoction of REM sleep suppressing pills and a healthy dose of Valium to keep my mind at ease.
Ooh, free drugs. But yeah, like, one thing I found interesting from going to, like, PAX Australia and getting to interact with the Australian game dev scene is, like, because of the culture, a lot of the big studios never really took hold, and even the bigger studios around there make pretty, you know, sensible and down-to-earth concepts, you know. I guess Grinding Gears, one of the big ones. What was it? Pickpock was the other one that everybody did a tour at some point. But throughout the last, like, decade, the Australian game scene has gotten used to making really solid games with tiny budgets and tiny teams. And now that's the standard. They're essentially 10 years ahead of the curve. You know, everybody who didn't switch to working from home, everybody who didn't switch to the new, more indie style of making games, they aren't going to be able to catch up. So I don't know if I mentioned to all of you, I mentioned it earlier, that we watched the Exit 8 movie over the weekend. It's very good.
The supply lines were built up to ensure that cargo transporting was foolproof in adverse conditions. On days when a plane could not land nor sea land, an elaborate hauling method had been put in place. Despite this, the Brigadier made sure his personal ski plane was always parked next to him in case of emergency. The crazy man had flown alongside the Red Baron.
Eee. Everybody's a fucking show-off. The reason I bring up Exit 8 is, one, if any of you haven't played the game but would be interested in watching the movie, I'd love to know your thoughts and feels. But the other thing that isn't discussed, so Exit 8 was made with a grant from the Japanese government. Like, the individual who put that together was able to just work on Exit 8 for a few months and bang it out. Yeah, and Hookshot, I did notice that. You know, the few little bastions of Australian large devs that continued into the 2010s were culled pretty hard. Like, Sega Australia was gone before I was at CA. I think Stormrise shipped... Did Stormrise ship while I was at CA or just before? because that's when CA Australia was made to Sega Australia, and then they just got put on work for hire projects. And I'm still fucking mad that during the Sega celebration, they took the old vertical slice pitches that Sega Australia did for different franchises and put them up as quirky little stuff, even though they had since, you know, killed those teams and got rid of them. But, yeah. The last of the AAA Mega Bastions are about to get completely gutted here in the US. And a lot of those individuals won't be able to go do small team work. Like, honestly, the hyper-specialization of huge studios means that you can't just swap to, you know, indie work straight away. And I think the strength of the Frosty games showing at Games Fest was a big indicator.
Adjusted his glove, checking for any imperfections. Academics are used to challenging one authority with their own. But it was clear, the only discipline of any importance to this expedition was that of the Brigadier.
He sounds like a right bastard. Oh, sorry, I took that corner a little sharp there. Sorry, Penguin. Oh. Says we should go this way. So away we go. Fucking wee! Nim 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 nim. But yeah, it's just, there aren't grants in the US to support game devs. You know, regions like San Francisco have spent so long being the absolute nexus of technology and like American videogamery. Like California, like there's nothing in place to support these folks. And, you know, much like these penguins over here, we're in for a long, hard time. But we'll make it. You know, the market's still there, which is one of the things that just... It's why I talk about this stuff without just being a hopeless husk of misery. People still buy games, and people have a voracious appetite for interesting games. You know? When I think about the whole conversations about how teams talk about how games have to have a huge price point and they have to have a large amount of additional monetization models to survive. And then I'm kind of like, do you actually need that? Or do you need that because your studio is based out of San Francisco and you have shareholders to listen to? Like, how much of that are you burning because you're making games the old way with 800 people? The problem is until well after Grand Theft Auto 6 is done being the conversation in the investment world, still gonna have to hear about it. Look at these little guys. Sorry, I'm getting off on tangents. The TLDR is that it makes me really happy to see all these cool... Oh, look at this little guy. Whee! I'm a motherfucking penguin. Fucking we. Fucking we. The penguins see it all. These ones aren't particularly good swimmers. I mean, DJ Coil, they'll do mass layoffs, but like the way that people used to do it, right? Like how they used to always be like a mass hiring to try and get a game out the door, and then there would be layoffs after the fact. You know, there's no way in which Grand Theft Auto is put together without a Herculean amount of additional hires towards the end. Sorry. Wait. Oh. Pen, no. Are we doing penguin crimes? Because I am down for it. Base camp. I'm getting there. Yeah, Naughty Dog's going to be a hard one because they've already done a few culls, and The Last of Us 3's there. What's up, nerd? Penguin! In this world, penguins slay you. Yeah. This is Penguin Town. You are a puny human. I am Great Penguin. Yeah, this is Penguin Land and we're doing penguin justice. But, you know, Naughty Dog will probably do a big old round of college. Because there's no way... They'll have to continue to operate in the size and manner that they are now. There is no way that once they go through all of that, that The Last of Us Part 3 will sell to that extent. Oh, shit, the rest of the penguins are still here. They've already... Oh. They've already got the rest of them. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Mr. Can't handle his eldritch abominations. Oh. They say British repression can't kill anyone, but we can now prove otherwise. If we're getting any jokes in, we should get them in as soon as, because a recut of this with the Happy Feet soundtrack would be very funny. This game is absolutely going to fuck us up. No, they're just sleeping. They're just having a little afternoon nap. See, look at that guy. He's fine. He's even found a Vuvuzela. Have you ever known anyone having a bad time with a... Oh, Vuvuzela. Oh, no! I'm too fat. Oh, no. Is there an unstick? Oh, recall. Ah. He's upside down. Okay, there we go. Hang on. I want to go down here because it looked like there was something more than just... What's this? I can't quite make out the markings on the box. Prost. Oh, Prost is cheers, but I forget what language. And Wolfgang, welcome. So this is Penguin Colony. This is a Lovecraftian-inspired horror where you start off playing as penguins in the Antarctic. So far we've seen a man's head explode, and we've done cool penguin sliding nonsense. This is the same team that did Umurangi Generation, so I'm really curious to see what they're doing. What if this guy will explode? Well, he's just dootin'. He's just dootin'. These guys were bad guys! Nazis. Alright. Club Penguin 2, Penguin's Revenge.
Whistle was the first man to arrive into his catatonic state. He did not speak a word of English, so I was unable to learn his name. Our billy plates did not include full names, only numbers. Occasionally, I would hear him speak to himself.
Yeah, get fucked. Where's my... Jess and I played Wolf Quest last night because it seemed like a fun thing to do, which actually, it was. It was a brilliant idea, it was great. No notes. I am missing the ability to piss on things now. I am this penguin. I have been a baby penguin, it was so fucking cute. And it's eerie, but what's interesting about this is that the framing of it so far is that we're just penguins.
Okay.
We're not fussed by whatever's going on. We've stumbled upon an Antarctic Nazi camp. Everyone is fucking dead and losing their minds. This guy's beaten himself to death, and one guy's head exploded. I just need to be able to piss on this guy. More games should have a dedicated piss button.
Well, especially when you're doing games about Nazis.
Exactly. Or, well, I mean, it would be a cloaca, so it's like a double shot. But...
quickly.
Okay, bear with me just a second, friends. Okay, let's see where this takes us. Oh yeah.
My name is Howard Blakely. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, both from the lack of sleep and the nightmare which has taken my autonomy. Time has become a foreign concept to me, as I now see it in how it was intended. The past, present, and future all at once. I see echoes and glimmers of time. Do not think of me as a lunatic.
I might a little.
For if you have seen the thing I have, you too will come to realize the implications of this discovery far outweigh its strange circumstance.
Okay. I have now, like, heed the whispers of the great infant lord of the... Cool. Any of you speak messed up alien? Ooh. Yeah, so Fred, this is Penguin Colony, and I have been waiting for this one for quite some time. Oh, shiny stones refill stamina. This is a tale of eldritch horrors in the Antarctic, currently being told from the perspective of a penguin. Because penguins do have horrifying mouths. So we've gone from following the flare to feeling this inexorable pull of wherever we're supposed to be going. The gods are restless, and we are a mean penguin.
All directions. When we were awoken by the sound of the most sinister scream, Whistle had been physically beaten. His face was unfazed as blood rushed from his eye, coating the snow in the most vibrant red. It was not clear if his screams were one of laughter or horror. He sat there all night, laughing to himself. Sleep never found him, nor the rest of us.
Okay, this is a game I'm going to want to see a speed run of. Oh, DJ Quill minored in Messed Up Alien. Yeah, you know how it is. You either use it or you get abducted again and they take it out of your brain. Which is honestly just rude. As much as it pains me to say, dear friends, I won't be able to stream for much longer. And I don't want to rush through this and do it a disservice. One of the things about this is that we're exploring something foreign, sorry, foreign is the wrong word, I apologise. Something alien, something otherworldly, from the perspective of this cutie patootie, little penguin. The idea is to almost discombobulate you into exploring this world from a cute and somewhat safe angle. At least as it stands right now, nothing is chasing us, nothing is trying to kill us. We are exploring the remnants. Whatever these fucking Nazis were up to, they fucked up. By the sounds of our strange narrator. You know, forces far beyond their comprehension have just fucking killed them. And... oh, here we go. No. And it's weird, like, we're an observer in all of this. What's up, nerds? Yeah. What the fuck? Penguins are indifferent to your suffering. Penguins are, however, able to understand your language. Get fucked, Nazis. I'd say I'd see you in hell, but penguins don't go to hell. Because I also don't want to rush this one. I've been really looking forward to this for a while. And much like the mind of our dear narrator, time is my only true enemy. Oh! Time and the stamina bar. Penguin gravity. I just love the idea of penguins going about their daily business while, like, huge eldritch abominations roam the area. And they're like, sup? You know, Yogg-Sothoth's like, hey, sup, little guys. Find any good fish today? Loads. Break the minds of any British scholars who should have known better? Loads. It's just, you know, what kind of person goes mad from reading the Necronomicon? A rich Brit with too much fucking time on his hands, or, apparently, a Nazi expedition.
When I awoke, my eyes adjusted. A haze of new information. An obelisk of basaltic cyclopean design. I asked the doctor just what it was I was seeing.
Penguin time.
Excitement overwhelmed the doctor.
Blackley, did you know the Aryan people once built great civilizations? Thousands of years ago, they ruled the entire
The fuck they did.
Our efforts to support this theory, for many years relegated to finding trinkets with tangential historical significance, I must reveal to you blankly. When you dreamt, I did not speak with you. Far from it. There was a man who spoke to me, a man who revealed everything. He was buried for thousands of years in the ice.
Yeah.
What you see before you is the greatest discovery mankind will ever make. Deep within the city, we shall make contact with him.
This is the point where the penguin puts on like a fucking bandana and cocks a gun. Bless you. I often feel for games like this in Steam Next Fest that have to condense what is going to be a weird and strange cacophony into a short, concise demo.
Do you hear it? Just beneath the wind. The wind howls, different in the south than the north. It is only man, in our mission to achieve dominion over Earth, that has the drive to be in a place where he does not belong.
God, this is gonna be fucking good.
My name is Howard Blakely. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, both from the lack of sleep and the nightmare which has taken my autonomy. It was many years ago now, while teaching at Boston Miskatonic, when I became delirious.
Okay, so we will have to try and survive as penguins later.
Present.
Oh, please no water monsters. Oh, God. God, this is gonna be fucking good. God, this is gonna be fucking good. And you know what? The language that we've been seeing. Okay, not Discord. No, not Discord. There we go. Okay. There we go. So yeah, that was the perfect game to end our little adventures on this evening. See, if you never played Umurangi Generation, I'll bring that up while I'm just doing my last little thoughts. Umurangi Generation looks like a Jet Set Radio game. It pitches itself as being a photography game, and it's actually about the very real end of the world. And it's also a big commentary on, like, UN and military propaganda and shit like that. You're getting paid to take photos at the end of the world, but you can't show any of the real bad stuff that's happening. And its DLC, which I consider a must-play, is some of the most honest shit that we've had in the last, like, 10 years. You know? And the fact that it comes from a game that looks like this, I don't know what Penguin Colony is looking to say or what it is going to do. Or maybe it's just going to be a, you know, a traditional eldritch horror, but told from a fresh perspective. And yes, the penguin was in this as well. But, oh yeah, and also Umurangi Generation had mechs in it. It's really fucking cool. I got the poster up on the wall behind the board. So yeah, that was day one of our Steam Next Fest coverage. I shouldn't really call it coverage. That sounds wanky as hell. This was the Longship and Friends official homie showcase. I'm not going to do a full breakdown on every demo because I do need to do my thanks and bring our adventures to a close. But to take you through the demos we looked at today, every single one of these is worked on by a friend or a homie. Every one of these is a game which I will personally stand by. So we started off with the Torment Hexus, a post-Shadowrun match 3 that was far more than it seems, and which, unlike a lot of other cyberpunk media, is willing to say the punk shit with its full chest. You know? Like, let's fucking go. Next up, Entropy, which you had already seen. Well, actually, maybe not. Check it out. It says, watch Viking Blonde play some Entropy. And who's that fucking dickhead right there? God, they'll let anyone in here. I really enjoyed it. It's so fucking different from any other, like, a PlayStation JRPG inspired. It hits fresh. Nova, I mean, the lack of anime I'm watching, I might lose my weeb card. After Entropy, we hit Truck-kun is supporting me from another world, which, again, after the disappointment of Crazy Taxi, could not come at a better time. It's a strange scaffold game where you do crime in the cutest way. I stand by what I said multiple times today. This is the other side of Life Eater. But it's fun as fuck. Fun soundtrack, fun crime. Let's go. It also has that strange scaffold style writing, which will probably end up being devastatingly biting at some point. Then, once again, and I'll never get tired of saying the name of this game, Janet De Mornay is a slumlord and a witch, which flits between being pretty spoopy with some bits that genuinely got me, but also being ostentatiously about, not ostentatiously, basically being about the hell of renting and having to deal with landlords who don't give a fuck. Then we got to revisit Brigador Killers with the new content, and last but by no means least, Penguin fucking Colony. Like, let's fucking go. So yeah, friends, legends, miscreants, that's been our day one of Steam Next Fest. All of these are available as demos to play now. For these demos, and whichever ones that you've been playing through Next Fest, please wishlist them. Leave a review if you can. If you encounter any AI slop, you just smash that ignore button. By tomorrow, the Steam Next Fest rankings, the list, the algorithm will have done its job, and we'll see what the bangers are, what the sinkers and floaters may be, and all of the weird, quirky and strange shit that I've been saving. Then we can get into that. Tomorrow will be our buffet of gems. But, like...
The Afuli shopping district supports the Longship in their game making. Even though we're in 1995 and still selling physical media. Remember, you too are physical media. Media. Me.
Me. D. That sounds like the opening pitch to the trailer there. But yeah, no, seriously. Support the homies as much as you can. If you haven't done it, please do it before tomorrow, okay? So get stuck into it now. Steam Next Fest can be a huge win for game devs. Like, Far Far West recently, thanks to its success in Steam Next Fest, sold shit tons. More people were able to find out about a brilliant game that they would have otherwise have missed because of this. So, sorry if it feels like I'm banging this drum a little too hard. I'm just a worrier. And now, very, very quickly, thank you all. I'm only in this chair because you lot chuck money at my stupid face. Thank you. It's great to be able to use what I have to support, the homies. I ain't fuck or shit without you lot. And for that, I say thank you. And to that end, I'd like to thank the following people today. And Fred, miss you too, mate. Miss you too. We haven't had like a voice chat in a million years. So, we had a cacophony of raids. 4 came in quick succession earlier today. And of those, the Bumble Blitz, Arashane, and A Man to Slaughter all threw a follow-in. Don't be strangers. To A Very Doubtful Guest, Sauron, Scotty Doggy, Tabeard, Haitia, Commander Squeaks, Drunk Vulture, Pseudo Streams, Alnis, Vt, Captain Stephanie Barnes, Bronk, a Chroma Capybara, Professor Upsidasium, Valaby, and Marshall Raya. Whether you were gifted a sub by somebody, whether you were celebrating 80 to 90 months, or anything in between, seriously, thank you. The Hunters of House Carl, you know the good you do. To Simple Chaos, Ehrman, Akari, J-Post, Dustin, Bacon Avenger, and Vanderbeest, you put actual cash money into keeping this going. Even if it's for just another day, you are fucking legends, so thank you. Same to Simple Chaos and Vert and Flow for doing mischief with bits. Let me thank NG Voka, Zara Shane, Tank Hamster, and Bumble Blitz for bundling together and doing a coordinated raid strike. And last but by no means least, let me thank the mod team for being fucking brilliant. You know, to Nova, to Moose, to Caffeine, to Tal. Fucking thank you. Alright? Now, I'm gonna have to see whose house I can go leave you at. You know what? From homies to homies, our good friend Zelky is doing some Elden Ring. So I'm going to yoke you all on over there. Please give Zelky my best. I'm going to have to do a raid and run. And yeah, Zelky's actually good at video games. So if you want to ask somebody about, you know, showing off on Elden Ring or... God, I thought I was good at Armored Core, and then I had to watch Zelky play, and I knew I was not. So yeah, do give them my love, do wishlist your games on Steam, do help the homies, and do have an excellent rest of your night, you absolute legends. God, that was almost a sign-off. If I keep going like that, I might actually get good at it. Nerd. Anyway, peace out, you beautiful Mother Hubbards.